Uhuru, everyone. And as we know, it's 2026 and we got work to do. My name is Lisa Davis. I'm the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And we welcome everyone to our year in review so we can look at the work of the Black is Back Coalition and what we have been doing. So when we ask for you all to join us, you will know that we are boots on the ground and political theory. We must have both. And during these extremely turbulent times, we must awaken and we must move with the awareness that we are our own liberators and always have been. And that is a powerful way to move. And you will see that throughout this webinar, that the Black is Back Coalition, which has been in existence for, we're going on our 18th year, I believe, that we have been consistent and strong from day number one. Although we are a part of the Uhuru movement, and the Uhuru movement, under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, has been in existence for, the chairman has been on the front lines a long time, about at least 60 years, committing his life, to the struggle. And the Uhuru movement has quite a history and with the African People's Socialist Party, and you will get an idea of some of that today. But the most important message that we must get out today is that we must get organized. We say, don't agonize, organize. And we're not just saying that. That's just not those are not just platitudes. Those are real. We must awaken to the power of who we are as Black people. We must understand that the only reason we have advanced anywhere at all in this world, especially in this colonial settler state, illegal immoral settler state called the United States, the only way we have advanced anywhere at all is because of our ancestors, because of us when we came together under the principles of the Black liberation struggle, under the principles of recognizing the power that we have globally. And when we come together with that determination that we must overturn this system, that is when we have been able to make things happen. And we must continue it all the way. We must continue it. This generation must continue it forward. And with that, I want to get started with the African Nation Fight Song that was written and composed by Ilikia Ngoma, who has been a strong member of the Black is Back Coalition and supporter. Uhuru.
Africa, we are winning. Shout Uhuru for our freedom. We are winning. We'll dance and sing songs when revolution's won. We are winning. Africa's best daughters and sons. Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom to organization. Socialist world, our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Uhuru. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sister Elikia, for your wonderful and awesome talent and for that powerful and inspirational African Nation fight song. Next, we will have our Secretary General, Sister Zayi, present the steering committee members. And Sister Zayi is a member of the African National Women's Organization and the African People's Socialist Party, and she's our everything. Sister Zayi, Uhuru, take it away and do what you do.
Uhura, thank you, Lisa. And I'm so excited to have everyone on this webinar today to hear all the powerful and wonderful things that we were able to get accomplished in the year 2025. But as our Vice Chair Lisa had stated, I'm going to take you guys through the organizations and individuals that make up the Black is Back Coalition. All right, so let's get started. Uhuru. Slideshow, please.
Or are you able to see the screen?
I'm looking at it's the Black is Back Coalition Steering Committee. So next slide. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started, and we're going to be starting with the coordinating committee. These individuals are responsible for the day-to-day work of the coalition. Next slide. So we will get started with our leadership. Chairman Amali Yeshitela, who is the chair of the African People's Socialist Party and the chair of the Black is Back Coalition. Salute to our leadership, Chairman Amali Yeshitela. Next, then we have Lisa Davis, who we just heard from, who stands as the vice chair, and then also leads the healthcare working group. Then we have myself, Saeed Wadisa, who serves as secretary. Uhuru. Comrade Nkululeko Shikaba, who serves as our outreach coordinator. Then we have Akinge Mayele, who works in the office of Chairman Amali Yeshitela. Now we'll be moving on to the steering committee, and these are the organizational representatives and the working group leaders. We have Comrade Dr. Matsamela Odom, who leads Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. Betty Davis, who leads the New Abolitionist Movement. Comrade Lukade Emmanuel Maku, who is currently serving as the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, as well as the Youth and Student Working Group chair. Then we have Daoud Khalik, who serves as the chair for the Reparations Working Group. Next up, Comrade Belinda Parker Brown of Louisiana United International. Then we have Reverend Edward Pinkney, who serves over the Black Autonomy Network community organization, also known as BANCO. Next, we have Jihad, but it's currently Sister Brittany who leads this work, but Jihad of the Jericho movement, and then Brittany has been standing in for political prisoner work. Then we have Yejide Orinmila of the African National Women's Organization. Life Malcolm of the Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Uhuru Zaki Baruti, President General of the Universal African Peoples Organization. Then we have Joko Collective, so Tasha Thomas, Yusef and Hopetep, and then Jamila Feemster. Amanda Wallace of Operation Stop CPS. Paul Pumphrey of the Friends of the Congo. Robert Moore Williams, the chairman of the Black Panther Party in San Diego, California. Then we have Cam Howard of Reparations United. All right, and then next we have in memoriam. So these are our transitioned comrades. And we're going to go ahead and start off with Glenn Ford, one of the founding members and of the Black Agenda Report. Next, long live Ralph Pointer of the Lynn Stewart Organization. Uhuru. Next, we have Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logal of Louisiana United International. Long live. Uhuru. And then Comrade Sayero, also known as Dennis Knowles. Long live. Uhuru. So that sums up the individuals that, make sure the day-to-day work happen of this committee, the folks that put in their time, their effort, to, see the overthrowing of colonialism and as we see it today. So Uhuru, I'll pass it back to Lisa.
Uhuru. And thank you so much. And we want to thank again, and we appreciate so much the work of the steering committee and the work of all the members of the Black is Back Coalition. We cannot do it without each other, and that is so important to understand. And for those who have transitioned and have gone forward, we stand on their shoulders as well. Their work and their vision continues to carry on forward through the work of everything that we do, and we appreciate them so much. And now, just get the glasses on and make sure I'm following stuff. It always, 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 always gives me such an honor, and you're going to hear me say this all throughout the day, how much of an honor I am to be with this coalition and to introduce its members. But it gives me great honor to introduce Omali Yeshitela, who is the chairman of the African Socialist International and the African People's Socialist Party and the Black is Back Coalition. From the day he tore down the racist mural from City Hall in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1966, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has never stopped fighting for liberation for African people everywhere. In the heat of revolutionary struggle and during the years in prison for his political work, Chairman Omali Yeshitela developed the theory of African internationalism that understands the world through the eyes of the African working class. In 1968, he founded the Burning Spear newspaper, which is still published today. The chairman has authored numerous articles, pamphlets, and books. He led the countless campaigns in the name of the African working class, including the Community Control of Housing Initiative that won 22,000 votes in Oakland, California in 1984, and the campaign that freed Desi Woods, an African woman in prison for killing a white attempted rapist with his own gun. In 1966, he mobilized a community fight back following the rebellion sparked by the police murder of 17-year-old Tyron Lewis in St. Petersburg. He made reparations a household word with the International Tribunal on Reparations for African People, which was held in Brooklyn, New York in 1982, finding that the African people are owed at least $4.1 trillion, which has gone up since then, for stolen labor in the U.S. He founded the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in 1991 as a revolutionary mass organization to defend the democratic rights of the African working class. The party also launched the Black Star Industries, bringing all of the economic development and institutions of the party under one umbrella, creating partnerships with community members. And today, as the leader of the African Socialist International, he speaks to his growing base around the world and leads the worldwide movement for the liberation of Africa and the African people everywhere. And also, we need to add that he also helped to oversee and to fight the U.S. government and to win when they wrongfully tried to put him and two other members of the Uhuru movement in prison for 10 to 15 years. And we're going to hear more about that fight back today. I am honored. Chairman Omali Yesitala. Uhuru!
Uhuru, Comrade Vice Chair. I just want to express appreciation that an extraordinarily too long introduction. We have to do something about that. But I really want to express appreciation to you, not just for the introduction and not just for hosting this meeting, but for your tireless work on every front within our movement. It's just been extraordinary. And I want to recognize the significance of the leadership, the steering committee of this coalition, all of its component parts, that part of the steering committee that's representative of the various of 17 organizations that comprise our coalition, that part of the steering committee that function to responsible for the day-to-day work, coordinating committee. It's an extraordinary group of people, and you you must be recognized for that. Comrades, brothers and sisters, I want to say that this is an important time that we are living in. And one of the things that gives it a kind of significance that many people around the world are experiencing is how the colonial mode of production, how this whole colonial social system is in dire, desperate circumstances been forced to try and hold back history, and by pushing oppressed people who have either won or been on the verge of winning some freedom, some liberation back into the past of oppression and exploitation. It's extremely important, and it also speaks to the significance of our coalition. Anybody who should look at the basis of our coalition, look at the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination that we created, look at what we have offered up as the foundational principles of our coalition, can understand the significance that anticipated in so many ways the situation that we are confronted with now. And part of what I'm talking about in terms of current confrontation is the January 3rd invasion, attack, bombing of Venezuela by this current regime. But I will also remind everybody here that this coalition was founded on September 12th, 2009, which was immediately following the selection of Barack Hussein Obama, who from the Democratic Party, and from all appearances an African, and who got elected in part by campaigning to a public here in the United States as an un-African, who parlayed his black skin into support about all of the African people in the country, in the United States, or certainly most of them, and parlayed that black skin to win support, and then and did not address any issues significant to the African community positively as a way of winning support from the white settler population. And I want to remind people that it was the Obama regime, even as people complain about the attack on what are characterized as immigrants in this country. Mostly what they're talking about, of course, are people who come across the southern border, and in the process of so doing, negate the conquistadores, the war that was made to take half of Mexico, more than half of Mexico, consolidated in 1848, and much of what people refer to as Latin America, although there are no Latins there as far as I know. But I want to remind everybody that Obama was the U.S. president. Obama was the one who had, up until this administration, had been responsible for the deportation of more people than any president in this country. And that Obama and William Jefferson Clinton and Joe Biden played a major role in terms of the attacks on Venezuela. That's been going on for a very, very, very long time. Indeed, Venezuela itself is a consequence of a colonial project. There was no such thing as Venezuela until Africans were captured and brought into forced dispersal throughout what is now known as the Americas. And the borders that we see throughout the Americas are borders created by the colonizers. And entities such as Venezuela, such as most of the so-called Latin American countries were entities that were created as a part of the colonial project. These are borders that were created by the colonizers. These are borders that didn't even exist prior to colonialism. And so I think it's important to say that, in part because there's a tendency by many people, and perhaps the majority of people who do not have the benefit of the information that we have. There's a tendency to assume that the activities that we see coming from this administration of the United States is something that's peculiar to the person who is now the president of the United States. And the point that I think that our coalition has come to understand, perhaps more before anybody else, I think that's part of the reason we built the coalition, is that it's not a matter of policies from a particular president, or it's not a matter of a policy from a particular country that we're looking at. We're looking at a mode of production of colonialism. And and as I mentioned earlier, others from the U.S. government played a major role in targeting Venezuela even before now. And I just think that it's critical for us to understand that, because we have to lead. Now, the people need leadership, and we need to smash all of the confusion. And part of the confusion is based on the ability of the African petty bourgeoisie, and they are petty. And I'm talking about the little bourgeoisie. I'm talking about what people refer to often as the African middle class. Its desire has been to integrate into, primarily, not all of it. There are some nationalist petty bourgeoisie, petty bourgeois forces as well. But it has not, generally speaking, the African petty bourgeoisie has folded and conceded the leadership of our people in our community to a sector of the colonial ruling class, and that's primarily the so-called Democratic Party. And because of that, our people have been in a kind of defenseless mode, not building for ourselves, not building the independence that we were involved in before they killed Malcolm, before they destroyed the Black Panther Party, before they attacked the Junta militant organization, the Republic of New Africa, even the original Nation of Islam. These were forces that spoke to the question of being independent from a social system that is based on genocide, that has its foundation in genocide and stolen labor of African people. So this coalition has come together to recapture that and to recapture the leadership of our people and to help people understand that it's not a struggle against racism or the ideas and thoughts in the minds of white people that we confronted with, but actual colonial mode of production, colonialism. And it's not just a particular policy coming from just a particular country power against simply a particular group of people or another particular country, but it's a mode of production. And that what we've seen happen with the president of Venezuela, Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, is historical. I mean, it's not new. It's part of a pattern. We can go all the way back to the 1500s and Montezuma, when the Spanish attacked what is now called Mexico, and kidnapped Montezuma to forcing the people to bring up gold, gold, gold. And when we can go back to Haiti, and when the Haitian Revolution being led at a time under a brilliant force, Toussaint Louverture had effectively defeated the French, and then accepted an invitation to negotiate with them on a ship. And the ship, when Toussaint got on the ship, and he never was able to set foot in Haiti again because they used that ship and took him to France, where they and took him in a mountain prison cell where they froze him to death. We can go all the way back. We can look at what happened to people like Geronimo and Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse and a whole host of others who were kidnapped as a part of the process of creating this. And of course, they had to kidnap them. It was a process of decapitation of the leadership. And we can go back to the recent assault on the Uhuru 3, the arrest of me and other comrades who are part of the Uhuru movement, Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, and charged us with this bogus crime, bogus thing of being Russian agents because we were fighting for the liberation of African people. And they have the same kind of situation in Venezuela because there's no way for the U.S. To justify attacking Venezuela. It is a violation of the U.S. Constitution of what has happened. It is a violation of the international law of the United Nations, and to get around that, especially the violation of the U.S. Constitution, which has the response where only the Congress can formally declare war. This administration is saying that this is not a war. That what it is serving an arrest warrant because they had indicted the president of Venezuela, and that they used the largest warship in the world that's a part of the U.S. arsenal. And they used soldiers on the ground, more than 150 airships, warships, and attacked and killed. We don't know how many people yet, but they did this not to make war, but to execute a warrant, an arrest warrant. Because they said that the president Maduro had committed some offense. They had described him as a drug kingpin, a drug narco terrorists. And they do this with the assumption that we have forgotten that it was the United States that initiated the cocaine derivative called crack and put it in every community here. And we have forgotten that we once had a slogan saying the White House is the rock house and Uncle Sam is the pusher man. We had forgotten that they even ended up having to kill Gary Webb, who had written an expose tracing this cocaine trafficking from the CIA and etc. But we haven't forgotten. And this is one of the problems they have. Nor have the people in Venezuela, nor have most of the people around the world forgotten. And this is despite the fact that the U.S. is using its military force to intimidate as many people as they can intimidate. So here you have this administration being the most recent iteration of a blatant war against the colonized people in order to maintain the status quo, which is why they attacked our movement. When I say our, I'm talking about the African Liberation Movement with the assault that they made on me and other comrades in July of 2022. It's a part of that entire process of trying to push back history, but the people are determined to be free. So, as you know, shortly after the invasion of Venezuela, this president had a press conference indicating that what this was all about. Because before the press conference, they were saying it's to deal with drugs. They were saying that because the Venezuelan administration under Maduro was a dictatorship that did not allow any kind of freedom. But during the press conference, and people should go back and watch that press conference, not a single word was made by the President of the United States or the person who is the chief of the Department of War. Not a single word was made by the U.S. president about drugs. Not a single word was made about bringing democracy, what they have considered to be a dictatorship. What we heard over and over and over again was that we're gonna make money. We're gonna take over the oil. We're gonna make money, money, money. And they said that Venezuela has stolen their oil. That is to say, the United States oil from the United States, which is the most ridiculous kind of characterization of this relationship between the U.S. and Venezuela possible, and only something that they could assume they can get away with because of the ignorance of the public here in the United States and around the world. But thousands of Venezuelans in the streets, even as we talk now, who are protesting. They did this, of course, with Noriega when they attacked Panama some years ago. They were facing drugs. But no matter how much they try to explain this away, there's nothing about U.S. Constitution, U.S. law, nothing about serving some kind of arrest warrant on the president that liquidates the sovereignty of Venezuela. There was nothing that liquidated the sovereignty, the presumed sovereignty of Panama. The only thing that did this was the presumption of the United States' ability to force countries and people to do what they wanted them to do to carry out their own mission. So we have a lot of work to do. And I just wanted to say that part of what we're looking at is what we see happening with National Guards in Washington, D.C., with the National Guards at the southern border of the United States, with the determination that was made by the U.S. president that the military should use our communities, that is the African communities, as to fight against crime, because this is a traditional trope they use. Anytime they attack somebody who's not white, they're fighting against crime. And to some extent that is true, and by which I mean is that the colonizers make the law. And anytime we try to reverse the oppression and exploitation of our people by the colonizer, we break the law. And so the colonizer makes the law, but colonialism is illegitimate. So I've talked too long, and I really appreciate everybody being here. And let's have a great discussion and review of the work that we've done over the last year. Uhuru, thank you so much.
Uhuru, Chairman, thank you so much for that analysis and that breakdown to start off the webinar. At this point in time, I will bring Comrade Lisa back up to kick us off. We will get started with the 2025 year in review for the Black is Back Coalition. But before we do so, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Comrade Lisa. Lisa is a longtime community activist in New Jersey who has been passionately committed to the Black liberation struggle. She started out being the youngest person ever elected to serve on the Democratic County Committee in her hometown, but soon found a stronger and truer voice in the grassroots movement of the people's struggles and has made a conscientious choice to stand with the people ever since. She is the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition and the chair of its healthcare working group, which is tasked with the mission of establishing an advocacy network of revolutionary people who are involved in healthcare, be it naturopathic or allopathic, and who are committed to challenging the paradigm of this current racist for-profit medical system. Uhuru, Comrade Lisa.
Uhuru, thank you so much, dear Comrade Zai. I appreciate this. And Chairman, of course, thank you so much for your brilliant and necessary analysis that is so needed during these times. Tech people, do we have the PowerPoint presentation ready for the work of the BIB steering committee? Everybody, this will just give you a snapshot view of the work of the Black is Back Coalition for 2025. It does not represent all of the work that we have been doing, and it certainly does not represent all of the work that the various working groups and member organizations have been doing. We just want to give you a snapshot. Slide. Slide. Okay. In January, one of the things that we started out with was our we wanted, well, first of all, in New York City, January 1st, we were present at the March for Palestine New Year's Day. Could not think of a better way to begin the new year than to demand that these vicious and horrible wars end and that horrible genocide that is going on in that stolen land and of Palestine. The land is Palestine. And then we had, we wanted to have general membership meetings. That is so important to us. So we started off January 2025 with the general membership meeting. We felt it was very important to inform our membership of the tremendous victory that the Uhuru 3 just had. And so we had a general membership meeting. Then also our member coalition organization, Annual, had, oh my gosh, my computer is, what's going on with my computer? Oh, they are doing their Harriet's Daughters study group, and they began the year studying the chairman's book that we can see right there, one of the chairman's books. And so next slide. Make my own window a little bit bigger. Okay. Then January 2nd, we had our year in review, going over what happened in 2024. And then on February 6th, I've got to try to make this a little bigger for myself so I can see it. We see that they had a rally at the Uhuru House, the Uhuru movement did. We had a webinar about what is going on in Africa and the Sahel, which is so important. Our brother Paul Pumphrey and Friends of the Congo played a tremendous role in that. We had a show your support for the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, and you will see the various ways in which they have been trying to, which the government has been coming after us and fighting us. But we fight back no matter what. And you will also see that we had a Black History event honoring Black history. And then you will also notice right here that I was back in court because the government's coming after me over BS charges, but you will also see the necessity for being with an organization like the Black is Back Coalition because we fight back. Slide. Okay, then March 6th, we had Brother Paul with Friends of the Congo lead a march and demonstration in support and solidarity with the women of the Congo. This was March 6th. We had with CEMOTAP. CEMOTAP has launched a campaign to shut down that offensive cartoon called Good Times Reboot, and we signed on to that to shut down that cartoon. And so we were out there demonstrating, and this was in March. We had the Black Community Control of Education Working Group. We've been hearing a lot from the working groups. They presented a webinar on March 30th. We also had the Youth and Student Working Group present a webinar on Saturday, March 22nd, because education is so important and we believe in Black community control of education. We also see that the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis has been doing a lot of tremendous work, and they always like to honor their volunteers, and we see their community garden, and we had a political fundraiser in honor of our revolutionary freedom fighter, Ralph Pointer, who still lives with us in everything that we do. Slide. Okay, then in April, we had our electoral campaign school, Uhuru, and then you can see that we were out here in support with the December 12th movement and organized this in support of Ibrahim Traore. We stand with African revolutionaries. We stand with them. We had a webinar that the chairman was involved with, criminalizing Black thought and resistance, the fight for anti-colonial free speech. I wanted to include this educator training webinar that Union del Barrio had. I know I was able to participate in that. We stand with our brothers and sisters who are fighting against ICE and the repression all throughout the world, including Union del Barrio. And then this represents the community work that the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru movement in St. Louis has been doing with the organization NINA, and the chairman was presenting there. Slide. Next, we have May 2025. This is our I believe the third annual Black Mothers March on the White House, led by Anwar. You can also see that in May, I think that was May 16th, middle of May, there was a tornado that tore through St. Louis and primarily hitting the Black community. And you'll hear a lot about the fight back against that. We had the Uhuru Book Fair in Philadelphia. You'll see that the chairman also was on Operation Power with Charles Barron in May as well. And you see that they had to start fundraisers and donations about bringing the power back to the North Side. And you will see that they did a lot because the St. Louis left the Black community, as they always do when we have these so-called natural disasters, and how we have to organize to fight back. Slide. Okay, we had another general membership working group. General membership meeting. It's so important for us to stay in touch with our general members. We see from WAPO, the University of Africa, the African People's Organization, and they had a book fair. This is headed by Brothers Akiba Rudy. They were donating books to the Walbridge Elementary School. We have the Black community response to the tornado that they were organizing. You also see that they had an urgent call-in campaign. We had a webinar with the Black Community Controller Police Working Group. And again, this is another event that our comrades in St. Louis had to help our community because the city and the government was not there with them. We had, this was in Newark, New Jersey, where we were out in front of Delaney Hall, demanding that they close down the ICE detention centers. They had the volunteer work day, or honoring the volunteers of St. Louis who were organizing to help each other throughout that horrible tornado. And then we had another presentation, another webinar pertaining to ADOS and FBA and what they are doing, how they are working against our people. And so that was sponsored by Anwar. Slide. Then we had in July the Uhuru Summer Takeover. This was out of Chicago. We had the Victory on the Horizon webinar, as you can see, with the chairman, and they talked about overturning the FARA laws. And in July, we also had to say so long to a powerful comrade, and that's Brother Sayero, who's just been such a powerful member of the Black is Back Coalition. We miss him dearly. And then we also had where we were out in front of the in Brooklyn, New York, with the at the festival, the International African Arts Festival. We always like to have a presentation there and help to educate the people. Slide. August, we see that Brother Cam Howard of Reparations United, he was involved in making a presentation and sponsoring an event. We see in New Jersey, justice for Deborah Terrell, in which a 68-year-old woman was gunned down by the police in New Jersey. And we've been trying to stand with the family and support them. This right here is a picture in front of the city hall in the town in which she was murdered that we participated in. Again, we see that in August, they are still coming after me. I had another court date in August. We also had our annual conference, Don't Agonize, Organize. And you will see right here that this was a presentation that Sister Betty participated in. And she also had her comrade right here, Madison Torado, which she asked me to specifically give a shout out to. And we also had again from Anwar, who's been very, very active, talked about hood feminism. Slide. Okay, and this is in September. And I, in September, we've had this was the healthcare working group that gave a presentation, a webinar about disaster capitalism. We see again WAPO members protesting gerrymandering in St. Louis. There was a forum that we attended in New York on support for Venezuela that was given by some of our comrades in New York. We also had the NPDM, Cheers for Dying Capitalism. They had this event a week before their national convention that they had in St. Louis. And then we see that they held their national convention in St. Louis. We also see again that we were out here protesting in New York, Netflix, which Netflix is headquartered in New York. We also see that there was a memorial salute and tribute to our freedom fighter, Assata Shakur, who also transitioned in 2025. And we had a webinar. This is by the Education Working Group, and Sister Betty does so much work with WBAI and using her show to help to promote the struggle. And this was a webinar about education, the importance of education, with some of the comrades that we made at Dillard University when we went to Dillard University for our annual conference. And then we have again Brother Zakiba Rudy being honored by the Nation of Islam right here in September. He received one of their highest awards. Congratulations, Brother Zakiba Rudy. Next slide. October. October, this right here was a protest that was going on in front of University Hospital in Newark, New Jersey. We had the ability to have a presence there. We see that Sister Betty and the Education Working Group and many of our comrades in Brooklyn have been working with deed theft, and they've been doing tremendous activism in that area on deed theft. Again, we had Brother Chairman on the with presenting with Charles Barron, who does a wonderful show, Operation Power, the Barons, and he was presenting with them again. We see that we had a presentation by Brother Akiba Rudy, who was doing a presentation in Cuba. This is with his organization. Then again, this is in South Orange supporting the Palestinian resistance, the Palestinian cause. And again, we were out in New Jersey in front of the Attorney General's office demanding that, justice for Deborah Terrell. Slide. Okay, November 2025, we had our annual Black People's March on the White House. That was our 17th year doing that. And we also participated in the March for Mumia that, this was the first day that he had called in. We have the march in terms of in November, We have a 2-day event, the March on the White House, and then we have a conference. And I want to highlight right here that we had, this is our comrade from Union del Barrio, Simon Salazar, who also presented at our second day conference. And I wanted to highlight that because we stand in solidarity with Union del Barrio and all those fighting against ICE and the injustices of this country. Slide. Okay, and then December 2025, again, we had a general membership meeting. It is so important for us to be in contact and communication with our general membership. We also had in St. Louis, they had, competitions and awards celebrating all the volunteer work that people in St. Louis have been doing. And the chairman, they've been working with the organization called NINA, and the chairman and the Uhuru movement have been a part of that. So is Comrade Brothers Akiba Rudy and his organization. And we also see again the chairman presenting and working with the organizations on the ground in St. Louis. We also have, this is December 9th, this is in front of the Mahoney in prison where Brother Mumia is being wrongfully kept. And this was the last day of the march for Mumia right there. We also had the Know Your Rights webinar that was led by Louisiana United. And this again, Books for Gambia, which is led by our sister organization, WAPO, with Brothers Akiba Rudy. And that concludes a brief snapshot of December, of our year in review for December. And I apologize that my reading on this was a little bit rough. I can't see for whatever reason that clearly with the I couldn't see that clearly, the presentation. It wasn't coming up that clearly for me on my screen. But again, please join and support the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, and go to blackisbackcoalition.org. And Uhuru, thank you. Thank you so much, engineer.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Lisa.
Yes.
Coalition's been busy. And there's
Yes.
going to be an opportunity for anyone that's listening to join the coalition. If anything, perks your ears or you have any questions, we are looking for, us to join this work. This is not, a solo mission. It's going to take all of us to overturn these contradictions that we are facing. So I just want to say, Black is back. And there's going to be different ways that we can give, but I'll get into that in a second. Black is back, and we don't say that as a slogan, but as a independent political force, with our own agenda, our own analysis, and with our own uncompromising commitment to liberation. We're here today because we understand something fundamental. We heard the chairman speak to it earlier. The conditions that are facing African people, they didn't happen by accident. Many of us know this. It's an exact result of colonialism, imperialism. We see, the war being waged against our people here in the United States and then across the world. And the Black is Back Coalition exists to be able to confront that reality head on. Today, we are doing this webinar as a fundraiser. The Black is Back Coalition for Peace, Social Justice, and Reparations is an anti-imperialist coalition. The organizations are united across ideology, but grounded in principle. We stand on unity, but, not with uniformity. We respect differences, but we move together through a democratic process. And, we stand in solidarity with the oppressed people worldwide. That's everywhere from Palestine to Haiti to Venezuela to Africa, and the African working class, right here. So we are clear that African people are owed self-determination. We're owed reparations, and African people must be able to organize as an independent force, not just as an extra appendage to the system that oppresses us. So as we kick off 2026, we can see that the wars are escalating abroad. Repression is intensifying here. We see that, police budgets are growing. Our communities are being displaced. But the Black is Back is consistent. We are consistent in demanding reparations for slavery, colonialism, We're consistent in opposing, U.S. militarism, the occupation, defending political prisoners, fighting for healthcare, land, housing, and overall self-determination. And for us to be able to kick off this program, and to be able to kick off 2026 strong, we are having a fundraising goal today of $500. This $500 will be able to help us support our national and international organizing, be able to hold coalition coordination, amplify our demands, strengthen our power as the African nation, and just ensures that we're able to enter 2026 organized, resource, and to be ready. This isn't charity by any means. This is a political commitment. And like I said, our goal today is $500. So if we are able to have 10 people give $50, we would be able to meet our goal. 25 people give 20. We're there, or we can have 50 people give $10. So a few ways that you can do that. You can go directly to our website at www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. You can also donate at our Cash App, $ BIBCOA. We also can take a check. Checks can be made payable to BIBC, and those can be mailed to BIB dash CO at Kinga Mayele. The address is here. And then as a memo, you just put Black is Back Coalition. So for those of you that can give more, I'm going to ask that you lead today. For those that can give less, and all of your contributions matter. What matters is that we're able to move together and show that, the Black is Back is funded by the people. We are accountable to the people, and that we are fighting for the people. So we know struggle requires organization. Throughout this webinar today, we will make, other fundraising calls, membership calls, but this is exactly how we turn our principles into power, how we are able to turn our demands into action, and, just how we get to fight back to the powers that exploit us. So I'll say Black is Back. I'll turn it back over to Lisa, and keep in mind that's a $500 goal. Put it in the chat if you want to be able to give, and we'll keep track of that.
And I'm gonna start this off. I'm gonna give $20. $20.
Right on, comrade.
Yes,
$20. Uhuru. You know what? I'm gonna match your 20, Lisa. So we're starting off with $40. Uhuru. So keep the donations coming in. We've got about 4 hours ahead of us. So uhuru.
Yes, uhuru, and don't be shy. And if you're watching on the social media streets, you can put in the comments how much you would like to contribute as well, or you could go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org. But we got to fund ourselves, people. We have always been our own liberators. It is up to us, and that we can do. And now we're going to be hearing a lot of the organizational reports, again, the work on the ground that people have been doing. And I want to open up with the introduction of our powerful sister, Sister Betty Davis. She is a member of the new abolitionist movement and the chair of the Education Working Group. Sister Betty Davis is a former adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College and co-founder of the New Abolitionist Movement, and a longtime activist for community control of education since the New York City school strike in 1967. She is also the chair of the Education Working Group, and she hosts a powerful show on WBAI called What's Happening. People can tune into that 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on WBAI.org. Uhuru, Sister Betty.
Uhuru, I want to say a shout out to all of my comrades who've joined this webinar this evening. Want to remind you that the scientists first said the meteors killed the dinosaurs. Well, the latest scientific information seems to say that when the ocean started to recede and the landmass made it possible for these huge dinosaurs to cross the continents, they went into certain continents, and the insects began to invade and infect them. These tiny, tiny little creatures all ganged up together and brought down all of the dinosaurs. I just want to say, those of us who may be feeling like insects, it is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. Let's bring down the dinosaurs. I want to honor Chairman Omali Yeshitela for his presentation in terms of what he's trying to make us understand today. It's hard to say um, where to start in terms of this presentation that I want to make. But one of the things he made clear to us is that the colonizer makes the law, and that it is our duty to recapture the leadership of our own people, and that right now we are in a defenseless mode. I want to emphasize that all of you who are listening, this is the message. You must get to the place where you are organizing. We are in a defenseless mode. And I want to remember one of my comrades that I admire so much from the Move family, Ramona Africa. One of the things she always talked about was every living thing has the right to self-defense and self-determination. And for us, when we say Black is back, that is what we are saying. This is a coalition for social justice, peace, and reparations. And within that concept, we are a living organization that has the right to self-defense and self-determination. Within that concept, I want to remind you that the US and Western human rights rhetoric really functions as a tool of coercion, providing ideological cover for sanctions, for occupations, for regime change, for the destabilization of sovereign states from Africa to West Asia to the Republic of Brooklyn. And it is within that context that the Education Working Group formed solidarity with the Coalition Against Deed Theft. And one of the things, and I apologize to all of my comrades who are participating in this webinar, I'm sounding a little scattered. Part of it is just aging, but part of it is that so much is happening that it's hard to put it all in a coherent framework for you. But one of the reasons the Education Working Group formed solidarity with the Coalition Against Deed Theft is because when you talk about dual and contending powers, you must have territory. And our territory is where we live. And where we live, we are now the major victims of the worst type of racketeering in the history of this country. And what we are calling it is the language that they use of capitalism. They call it deed theft. And within the Republic of Brooklyn, in New York City, a group of Africans who had been, shall we say, kicked out of Harlem. Their property was stolen in Harlem. They went to Brooklyn, to certain sections of Brooklyn that were being victimized by what they call the crack cocaine epidemic. It was not an epidemic, it was colonial imposition on the people of the village of the Republic of Brooklyn. And if you were listening when the chairman was talking about the crack cocaine and the legacy of how drugs are used by the capitalist oligarchy of the United States of America, you know that crack cocaine was the war on us. It was not a war against drugs, but as my mate Ralph Pointer used to say, it was a war on us. Well, we came from Holland. We rescued our communities. We captured our public schools. We made it possible for our children to have hope so that they did not feel that they had no future in this capitalist structure, that they would be able to get jobs. And we had good schools. Well, the next thing you know, 20 years later, 200,000 of these Africans are missing and they are gone. And the critical thing I want to make and draw to your attention, and again, I apologize for the fact that this is so scattered, but I'm trying to talk quickly and get my 10 minutes. When you look at what the chairman and the solidarity of the movement in St. Louis has done when they rescued their community after the hurricane. One of the things, one of the statistics that is now becoming evident is that, and this is from a recent documentary, the climate insurance crisis is crushing Black home ownership. And this is from a group called the World Word in Black. And they're showing the relationship between disaster, climate, capitalism, the the fact that we are being gentrified out of our strategic colonies, like Harlem, like in Detroit, like in Chicago, and because of the insurance premiums that are increasing, are capitalizing to home values, reducing home price growth, we are being gentrified into the areas that are most susceptible to the climate crisis, i.e., hurricanes, etc. So, this is an agenda. We are being gentrified out of Brooklyn. Like I said, over the last 20 years, 200,000 Africans were gentrified out of Brooklyn. And where do they end up? They end up into these areas where climate disaster is the mode and the method of the decimation of our ability to control our destiny. And so, one of the things I want to say, if I don't say anything else in this 10-minute presentation, you are not defenseless. All right. And that's important. And the colonizer is making the laws claiming they're fighting racketeering. So we know about Cop City. And you know how they tried to say that the people who participated in supporting the ones in the Cop City struggle were racketeers because they were fundraising for them. Well, they lost that decision. It's important for you to know that the people, the ants, the insects got together and they attacked that dinosaur and they are winning. And so this is the purpose of groups like the Black is Back Coalition. There are many groups within that. Our political prisoner groups, a lot of the people that are part of our political prisoner group were members who went and sacrificed their freedom in Cop City in Atlanta, Georgia. And what you should know, there are cop cities all over the United States. This is what colonialism looks like. But the model that you have in St. Louis from the Black Power blueprint is the solution to this attack on the people of Africa in this part of the continent. So, when the Education Working Group joined organizations such as the Coalition Against Deed Theft, we were forming a solidarity bridge to stop the bleeding and the desiccation of our colonies in Brooklyn, in Chicago, in California, where these disasters, where this deed theft is very prevalent. In correlation to that, it was not just the Education Working Group that joined in unison with the communities. I want to really give a shout out to NPDUM and the African People's Socialist Party and the young warriors of the generation that is going to replace us. Without the solidarity of that generation, we would not have been as successful in Brooklyn as we are and as we continue to be against the racketeering, against our intergenerational wealth. Within that context, when the chairman is talking about the petty bourgeoisie, it is important to recognize that the city councils in our Republic of Brooklyn, these so-called city council leaders, majority of them are Africans, or what we would say Black, and that they sided with the colonial powers against their own community. So when you have a philosophical discussion of what Black is Back means, that is one of the metaphysical imperialistic tools that gives you the proper analysis to know strategically how to fight back. So the Education Working Group joined with the people who are fighting against deed theft. You're not talking about rich people. You're not talking about people who own mansions. You're talking about people who, for 3 and 4 generations, lived in a house with their families. And that these were the people who are now in their 80s. Their mortgages are paid off, and the marauders, the capitalist marauders, are breaking down their doors and taking them out of their houses. And those who were not successful in fighting against the theft of their deeds, taking the removal of their names, these are the people who were gentrified out and scattered all over the world.
One
So
more
we
minute.
want to salute the concept of the Black is Back coalition, because this coalition worked in Brooklyn. It is working, and we are winning. When we fight for our communities, we are fighting for the institutions within our communities. And one of those institutions is our public school system. So thank you. I again want to give a shout out to the members of NPDUM and the African People's Socialist Party for their solidarity with the Education Working Group and the Coalition Against DTHEF.
Uhuru, Sister Betty, and everybody, please remember to follow her on WBAI.org. She does a tremendous show that her and Ralph Pointer started. It's called What's Happening, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And she's always giving updates about what is going on in the world. So please support Uhuru. Our next presenter is Sister, let me just get myself together a moment. Our next presenter is from the African National Women's Organization. She is Sister Yejide Oronmila, and she is the president of the African National Women's Organization, an international organization founded by the African People's Socialist Party in March 2015 to address the specific oppression that African women face as a result of colonial domination. As president, Yejide is responsible for the international growth of ANWO by creating initiatives that respond to the economic, social conditions that remove African women from revolutionary political life. And she's also one of the organizers of the Black Mothers March, and they are mounting tremendous campaigns to protect the Black family and to stop the kidnapping of Black children. Uhuru, Sister Yejide. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you for that introduction, Comrade Lisa. I appreciate it. So I'm going to be sharing the work that the African National Women's Organization has been did over the last year. And yeah, if we have any questions or comments, or people want to know more, they can go to anwouhuru.org, and they can also email us at info@anwouhuru.org and follow us on socials to communicate. So I also just want to acknowledge and salute the chairman, Omalia Shatella, who is the chairperson of the Black is Back Coalition, but also my leadership as a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, and the entire Central Committee of our party too, for their leadership over the African National Women's Organization. As Comrade Lisa pointed out, ANWO is an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, revolutionary African internationalist organization for African women who organize around the pressing local, national, and international issues that add to the special oppression of African women. Our mission is to be the political home for African women who are especially oppressed segment of the African nation, and to empower and advance our issues by affecting change politically, socially, and economically through collective organizing and sisterhood. And our vision is to create a world where African women have agency, are valued and protected, and are the makers and shapers of a new society. And in addition to this, we are a strategy of the African Revolution. Yes, we are responsible for organizing the revolutionary contingency of African women who can work together to overturn the contradictions related to our colonial oppression. But we are also here as a contingent of African people who want to forward the African Revolution and make the African Revolution so that all African people can be free. So we've had an incredible year, and we're going to talk about this. 2025 marked our 10th year of existence, and we celebrated that in a number of ways. I, as the president, went to Cuba to share with the Cuban people and Cuban women in particular, Cuban people about the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign, but also about the African National Women's Organization. I'll show you more about the Black Mothers March in the White House, and I work with the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market and the Black People's March in the White House. So in March, you can go to our annual Uhuru YouTube channel to find out more and actually watch the live programming that we scheduled for the 10-year anniversary. March is Women's History Month, and typically every 2 years, annual holds our convention of membership, and we decided that we were going to also really use that time to do a fundraiser for the work that we're doing, in addition to celebrating and remembering all of the stepping stones that we took to get to the point that we are right now, and really appreciating the people, the volunteers, the members of our organization. So yes, we were happy to acknowledge the 10-year struggle of growth and stretch marks that we received as an organization, because we are made stronger because of that. In April, I went to Cuba as a part of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign to represent the African People's Socialist Party and the campaign itself. And I also represented the African National Women's Organization, making connections with other politically aligned groups, letting them know about the challenge to the attack on free speech, but also the attack on the African Revolution via the United States government, and to make a network and network with African women on the ground in Cuba around their issues, to learn more about the struggles of African women there, and to potentially make connections with the Cuban people. In May, we did our fourth annual Black Mothers March on the White House. This is a part of we collaborate with other African women's organizations, for the most part, who are in the fight against the colonial family policing system. And we co-organize this along with Operation Stop CPS and a number of other organizations who are passionate about this issue. We organize impacted parents in the community. We've held workshops, and it was really dynamic, and that was one of our biggest marches yet. We are actually beginning the organizing for this year, and the marches always happen in Washington, D.C. In addition to the march, we have different programs through the weekend to help people learn more about the family policing system and how they can get involved. And in addition to that, the march activities, public actions during the march that will help people understand exactly what we're marching for, and how and why they should be involved with the organizations. June through October, the African National Women's Organization organizes the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market in St. Louis. The Farmers Market is a community-led event that is encouraging self-determination, economic self-determination, commerce amongst African people, and that's a benefit to our communities. It is there to encourage economic development with our neighbors, in addition to fostering the independent independent economy that we want to see for the future. So we're not only just building this for the now, we're building this so that we can get the practice of how we will be building with each other economically in the future, when we get free. September, we held our first African Women's Liberation and Wellness Retreat. This gathered African women from the organizations of the African National Women's Organization and the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, which is a sister organization underneath the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And we decided this was the first time that we did something like this, and we decided that we wanted to, have an opportunity for us to dial down a little bit and also reflect, but also engage in some political education, and strengthen our relationship to one another. And, where everybody involved wants to do it again next year. So we'll be looking forward to doing that in 2026. In November, we participated in the Black is Back Coalition's Black People's March on the White House in Washington, D.C., and activities that happened in California as well. So here we have just images of my participation in the northern region of the United States. And there you also see Comrade Sister Betty Davis, along with other comrades from the party and from the movement in the region itself. I particularly love the image on the right that has the African nation's flag floating ahead of the Washington Monument. And then we also been working on organizational developments and internal strengthening, things that you probably won't see, but things that are making our organization stronger and expanding our ability to do the political work that has been bestowed upon us as African revolutionaries. So we grew our membership and our engagement. We expanded our visibility through our information and education programming, including appointing a new info and ed director, established leaderships for our region. We established branches, particularly in DC, in response to the National Guards in the city. And we developed new pathways for us to grow our economic development, because we don't get grants, we don't get all of this funding that is out there for nonprofits, so we have to struggle for it. And I think we were really successful last year in just developing new ways to get those resources in, so that we can execute the programs and support the work that we are doing. And then, of course, in 2026, we've been planning, so we've been looking forward to a lot of our plans to come to fruition. In addition to everything I just spoke about, there are new projects like Project St. Louis, which focuses in a lot of collective self-determination activities on the ground in St. Louis. We're really excited about the African People's Socialist Party international plenary that will happen in April of 2026, and look forward to Annual representing really big there and encourage all people who are interested in the work of the party and who are just, committed to overturning the relationship that we have to the current social system, that you should want to be a part of that plenary, and go to apsplenary.org. In addition to that, we have, we see an image here of our economic development project, Decolonize, and we also encourage people to get in on that immediately. Go to Decolonize. It's spelled different from Decolonize, AISE.com, to learn more about our products and, support the organization in that way as well. So there's many different pathways to support AMWO. You can get involved politically. You can become a member. You can volunteer. You can sit on a committee. You could donate, which is a really good one. And then you can, show up, for the activities that we've been organizing. We will be organizing 2026 moving forward. So that's my report, comrade. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And thank you so much, Sister Yejide, and everybody, and especially if you're a Black woman, you need to be a member of the African National Women's Organization. They do great work, but even more so, it is so important that we examine what is going on in this world through a correct lens, and that is the lens of the Black liberation struggle. And Black women need to be examining our relationship to what is going on in this world through the lens of the Black liberation struggle, and not through this so-called lens of what they call feminism. I never got with that particular movement. But thank you so much, Sister Yejide. We want to bring up our next presenter, Brittany Hutcherson. Is she with us?
Hello, comrade. Before we go any further into the program, I will just take a pause. I'll give a fundraising update, let folks know where we're at, and then before we get into our next presenter.
Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. So yes, great year in review, President Yejide. And Lisa, I never understood the whole feminist argument either.
Never.
So if you're interested, visit anmohuru.org. But before we move any further, I just want to give a few shout outs. I was able to fulfill my pledge while we had those presenters. So even if you aren't able to make your payment today, you can also pledge and then let us know when you will be able to fulfill that pledge. So just a special shout out to Comrade Jesse, who donated $50. From Chairman Amalia Yeshitela, we received $50. From Comrade Ona Janae Yeshitela, $50. And then from Kelsey, another $50. So right now we are sitting at $240 with $260 left to be raised. So don't be shy, comrades. No amount is too small. Again, you can donate at our website, also on Cash App. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it back over to you, Comrade Lisa. But yes, please keep the donations coming in. Like I said, we're sitting at $260. If there's any donations in the room, please let us know as well.
Uhuru. And thank you so much. Thank all who donated. Thank everybody. But I just got to give a shout out to a sister that, and I'm remiss for not doing this at the beginning of the program, and that is our sister, Ona Zane Yeshitela. Oh my God. When you hear the chairman, you're also hearing Sister Ona Zane Yeshitela. And when you hear the Black Power Blueprint and all the things that they are doing, you are hearing Sister Ona Zane Yeshitela. And I just hope that through osmosis, me just being around her, that her brilliance and her understanding for how to build economic power will somehow just come to me. I just hope I just breathe it in, because that's one of my weaknesses there. But I just want to give a shout out to Sister Ona Zane Yeshitela and to all who contributed. Thank you so much. Your contributions are appreciated. Do we have Sister Brittany Hutcherson on? She's one of our newest members. I will at least read her bio, and if she's not on, we can just go on because she should be acknowledged. And she is with the Political Prisoners Working Group. So everybody, please join the Political Prisoners Working Group. But Sister Brittany Hutcherson, who's also known as the Free Spirited Bro, began her revolutionary journey in 2021 when she became a member of Spirit of Mandela around the same time the 2021 We Charge Genocide Tribunal was being held. From there, she dove headfirst into dedicating her life to the work of organizing in community with the people. She is most recently a member of the New York City chapter of the Jericho Movement, and she is working for the freedom of all political prisoners. And she is also working within the Black is Back Coalition, the Political Prisoners Working Group. So Sister Brittany Hutcherson, we appreciate you and recognize you, and we certainly want people to join the Political Prisoners Working Group. Uhuru. Well, with that, our next presenter will be the dynamic brother Zaki Baruti. And they have just been doing so much work on the ground. I know that his organization works very closely with the Uhuru movement in St. Louis. And so we're just so proud to have you, Brother Zaki Baruti. And Brother Zaki Baruti is a graduate of Southern University, Edwardsville, major in history and master's in education administration. He is a former educator with 33 years and a union activist and the second vice president and political action chairperson of Local 2020 East St. Louis Federation of Teachers. He's the author of 2 educational booklets, Challenge the Building of a Clean, Prosperous Black Community Through Our Educational System as Opposed to the Conspiracy, and Challenge Part 2, We Can Do It. He's a former political action chairperson of the East St. Louis chapter of the Black United Front, distributor of the Black Panther Party newspapers. He has traveled to over 35 countries and met several heads of state, including Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, Omar Bashir, and Daniel Ortega. And Brother Chairman Zaki Baruti, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Let me just first and foremost just say that this has been indeed a very powerful day for me in terms of the stimuli that I get from members of the Black is Back Coalition and the reports that have already been rendered. And I salute all of the comments that have been made prior to me in terms of in total solidarity, that which has been already expressed. And for me, in terms of going to the review of what our organization has done, as well as some of my own personal experiences, I want to just first of all say that we most definitely, as the Black is Back Coalition, we must build capacity to be able to make the kind of changes that we know that need to be made, not just here in this country, but throughout the world. So that's a major task for us. And for our organization, we'll be renewing our call for at least 144,000 spiritually minded people who agree with the basics tenets of our organization. As well as in this past year, I'm proud to say that we have participated in a number of activities coordinated by the Black is Back Coalition. And again, I'm always stimulated and motivated by the work of the Black is Back Coalition. This past year, in terms of 2025, has been an awesome year for all of us, and it's going to be a lot of challenges ahead. So it's to that end that we don't have to be super organized. And to that end, I'm proud to say that this past year that our organization, we done, and this is my first time doing a PowerPoint, so bear with me. But I wish I had a front page copy of, we publish a quarterly newspaper, which is called the African News World. And on the front page of it, we have the United States presidency is a criminal enterprise, not one step backwards. We must move forward with serious organizing and building righteous armies of spiritual, political, and economic like-minded people. Also, we published and if you can go back to me, this is a copy of the newspaper, which we didn't have it in the PowerPoint. And then another issue, which was flash screened through Sister Lisa, we have on the top, F3 tornado rips through St. Louis on May 16th, causing mass destruction in Black community. At least 7 dead, 5,000 buildings destroyed or damaged, and $1.6 billion in losses. And the people continue to be struggling as an extension of that because the government has not moved nowhere near to address the needs of the people who had been impacted by the tornado. And our most recent issue of our newspaper is entitled, we have two-sided titles. One is My People, a whirlwind is coming, although there, of course, it's already here. We must organize, become one of the 144,000 plus who agree with the UAPO vision, motto, preamble, platform. And then to the right, we got suspicious hanging deaths in Mississippi, New York, North Carolina, Alabama, and Illinois. And to that end, I gave those titles, and it would encourage people to go to our website, which is www.uapo.org. Also, we have, I'm proud to say, this past year, we were blessed to continue our internet TV program, which is called Conversation with Zaki Baruti, which I've hosted a number of times, Chairman Omali Yesateli and other progressive folks on our program. As well as this past year, on a number of occasions, I was on the Carl Nelson national radio talk program dealing with a variety of issues impacting our people. And was blessed also to visit Ghana this past year, as well as Barbados, and was able to establish some supporters in the country of Ghana. So that's some of the right off top of things which I don't have included in this PowerPoint. So going to the PowerPoint, next page, please. Okay, this was a gathering of on January 15th of last year of some elderly seniors that had been impacted in January, on January the 15th, Dr. King's birthday, 2024, when at a elderly home called the Heritage House, over about 160 tenants lost all of their possessions and had to move because there was a major water break at that residency. And our organization worked very intimately with the people, helping them through their struggles, as well as helping to get some of them re-established by homes. And we still continually working with them. So that we had a one-year gathering on January 15th of 2025. Next, next. Okay, we also, as an organization, we were founded on April the 4th, 1989, and we had chosen that date because that was the assassination date of Dr. King, as everyone know. And to that end, our organization do celebrate many of the programs that are sponsored here in St. Louis, and this is some of our members that was in attendance to a program at Normandy High School, which, by the way, we have been very involved, have adopted this particular high school. And go to the next frame, please. Okay, well, I must have missed the frame. If you go back to the one I just was on. Well, anyway, out of this high school, Normandy High School, the principal approached me about helping to organize a Black History program and purchasing books to give to the students. That started a couple of years ago. Our first year, we donated 158 copies of the autobiography of Malcolm X, and had a Black History program where we celebrated that with the senior class. Then this past year, 2024, we used the book, The Coldest Winter Ever by Sister Soldier. And I thought I had some pictures of us with the students. So let's go to the next frame, if you will. Okay, to the left, as I say, it's been an interesting year to me. We're at a Jubilee Community Church, and to the right is the minister, Reverend Moore. And our organizations have had a number of programs there, as well as he was knew me as an educator in East St. Louis High School. But anyway, bottom line, during Black History Month, he celebrated the kind of work that I had been doing during his morning worship. And those are some of his people, along with our organizations in that photo. If you continue next. Okay, this is the high school, going back to the high school, and the students holding the books. And then this is the principal, Gerald Nave, and a very progressive brother. And this year we're doing likewise. We'll be donating books during Black History Month. If you will, next photo. This is our organization that we had as a collective, did some firearm training and to receive conceal and carry permits. And that was done by a Black-owned business, Prime Protection. And that was on March 1st, 2025. Next. Our organization on March 15th, along with the Organization for a Black Struggle, held an informational picketing action to support the Target boycott that had been called by Jamal Bryant. And we support economic sanctions against these folks. Ideally, we'd love to have a day of total shutdown of our spending dollars, if it's at least for a week, to impact this system as a way of struggle. But anyway, next. All right, our organization also have an anniversary celebration, and this is just some one of our band that's playing, and this was at our 36th anniversary celebration. Next. These are some of our members gathering right outside of the event, and so I just thank all of my members who have been consistent supporters of our activities. Next. This is, I had to show this. This is our good sister, and King Gay, who attended along with some of the members, and she's doing that strut when we're doing Soul Train, and that's scenes of a couple other key members of our organization to the right. All right, next. Also, we supported the Black is Black Coalition 9th Electoral School. And these are some of our members along with Sister Betty Davis and Molly Yesatelli, chairman, and I see Jesse Neville's there and Penny Hass and another brother up top. So next page. During the tornado, which hit Black folks tough in the mug, as everybody know, in North St. Louis, organization organized a number of love offering in the community, and this is where we were gathering water and other items to hand out to the people and take to different communities. Never forget that in one senior home, I had to walk up 6 blocks, 6 sets of steps up at a building where they had lost power, and the people who were not able to walk were kind of like locked in. So anyway, we took food to them as one thing that we've done while there. Next. All right. Our organization connected with a group that was called Point of Connection, and they were serving the people with freshly cooked food all day long. And we donated a lot of food for them and had some of our people also working firsthand there. And one of our key members is Coffee Right to the Right. Some might recognize her being there. Next. Also, in response to May 16th tornado UAPO, we held a spiritual march through devastated North St. Louis on June 14th in conjunction with the June 14th activity that was there. And at our rally afterwards, we, of course, attacked in the kind of response of the federal, state, and local governments to the disaster of May 16th tornado. Next one. This is just a couple of scenes from the marches. All right, and you see the beautiful red, black, and green flag. Next.
2 minutes.
This is a collection of school supplies, kind of sample that we donate each year at the beginning of the school year to Wallbridge Elementary School, which we've been doing that since 2017. Next. We also, as an organization, celebrate the great honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey yearly, as we also have a yearly celebration of Malcolm X along with the anniversary of April the 4th. And this is a flyer outlining that celebration. Next. This is just, prior to, we had a drumming ensemble atop what we call Forest Park, I'm sorry. And this is a group of the drummers that had came to be in attendance at our program, and to the right are a number of the attendants at our program. Next. This is, we as an organization, we support the effort not to have this gerrymandering that's taking place.
1 more minute.
Okay. And so we're at Missouri State Capitol building in Jeff City with a mass protest against the gerrymandering, which they end up doing anyway. Next, please. Okay, that's part of our organization in attendance at the State Capitol building. Next. This is myself speaking at the state Senate hearing around the gerrymandering bill, and I got into a real heated thing with one of the state senators, white boy. Next. This is I'm being blessed on my birthday, actually, with a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Nation of Islam. Next. Also, our organization celebrated Malcolm X in October 23rd instead of May 19th because of the hurricane. We brought in representatives from the Cuban embassy, and it was greatly well attended. Next, and that's the flyer on it. And also, finally, we have kicked off a campaign for books for Gambia. We have done that prior 10,000 books to Ghana, help build a library, 9,000 books to Ethiopia to help build a library there. And now we're going for Gambia. Next. And this is going back to the Cuban representatives, and the sister Gabriela is speaking to the right in the mic. At one of the events, we had different receptions for them as well as a public forum, and had over about 100 plus people attending. Snakes. Okay, and this is again with the
Time.
folks. Snakes, I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Okay, this is our flyer with books for the Gambia West project. We appreciate any donations of Afrocentric, technical, or slash vocational books, or any financial donations. All right, thank you then.
Uhuru and Brother Zakiba Rudy, we just want to really thank you again so much. I've just got to say this. This brother is on the ground all the time. And he and the chairman and other members, and supporters of the Black is Back Coalition just recently had a press conference in St. Louis condemning the attacks on Venezuela and its president Maduro. So everybody should please go look at that press conference that they just had. And he was also standing right there when they attacked the chairman in St. Louis. He was immediately standing with them. So I want to again commend all the work they have been doing. And everybody also needs to follow the tremendous work that they did in St. Louis when the tornado really ripped through the Black community. I believe a lot of that is engineered, and they were getting no help from the mayor or anything. People really need to also watch what they did and how they helped to organize and pull people together. Thank you so much. I now see our sister Brittany Hutcherson is with us. Dear Sister Brittany, thank you so much. Now, as I already read your bio, I won't reread it, but I will just again commend you on the tremendous work that you're doing and the way that you jumped right in. She is a relatively new member of the Black is Back Coalition, but she jumped right in to do the work, and we so appreciate her. And she's working with the Political Prisoners Working Group. Uhuru, Sister Brittany Hutcherson. And just a reminder that all presenters have 10 minutes. Thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I apologize for the delay. I was on another meeting and multitasking at the same time. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to give an update on our political prisoners and our elders and loved ones. Firstly, I want to open up, what it is I'm saying by just sending love to all of us as comrades, to Imam Jamil Al-Amin and his recent transition. We are hoping and doing the best we can together to make sure that him transitioning behind the wall won't happen ever again to any of our other elders. We are working very hard. So just wanting to send love to, family, friends, comrades, and the city of Atlanta. I also wanted to give an update on Kojo Bomani. We are in contact with a lawyer for him, but he also has a jailhouse lawyer who is also an imam and is doing great work to help him put in a request for clemency or parole hearing to ideally get things moving. There is money available for him, but until, someone gets the go ahead to use them, or if he has any needs, that the money is available. So that we're very, very grateful for that, because in this economy, money is terribly hard to come by, especially for people, even for people who really, really, really need it. So we are thankful to whoever contributed to that, and continue to just encourage folks that even a dollar, makes all of the difference when more than one person can give one. So that is it for the moment for Baba Kojo, and I will continue to keep everyone abreast as much as I possibly can. Rev Joy Powell just had a visit from her son who came from Atlanta. There were some issues there about, being able to visit her the day he arrived or something like that. But thankfully they were able to iron out whatever the problem was. and she had her time with her son after a very long time, as far as I understand it. And coming all this way, I'm grateful that it wasn't for nothing, and they were able to have that mother son bond, because who doesn't need their mom? So yeah, I'm grateful she was able to have that moment with her son. To it's just the smallest things help to restore the strength and the belief in our elders that they are not forgotten. And it is extremely important that we continue to shout that from the mountaintops so they will never forget it. At, on Shinachli, we just had a meeting for him and a bunch of people, a good amount of people that are supporting the work to raise awareness around what's going on with his health. And he has a wheelchair that is helping him to get around. So thankfully now he has access to that, but we are still, paying very close attention because the water was cut off in the facility. So now there are some issues with the commode in his cell. And, it's just unsanitary to say the least to have to be in the same space with stuff that is coming out of your body. And, he's already an elderly man. So, just anything could affect his system, and it is unnecessarily terrible to treat a person this way. They complained about the amount of people that are calling that facility, but that means that our pressure is working and that we have to keep it up, because just like they are annoyed with the phone calls, we are annoyed with the fact that our elders are behind the wall in the first place when they could just come home. There is no reason to hold elders beyond 60. There's no reason to hold people behind the wall, especially when they become an elder, especially with this beast doing what it's doing to people. But I digress. Just continuing to raise awareness around Shinachli's health. I don't have any personal contacts, but I can share the information as soon as I get it. If anyone is interested in jumping on one of the meetings they have in the coming future, we got to continue to work together, and so we're not so scattered and working in silos. So that is real teamwork. And lastly, my update on Mumia. Mumia, the campaign to bring Mumia home, and the Freedom Campaign just had a successful 12-day walk. Very strong comrades, including Baba Zaid and just other comrades that are part of the work to bring me home. Walked for 12 days off and on. And of course, they needed to get their rest, but they were outside and getting news coverage on Democracy Now! And, they documented the walk, taking pictures and speaking to comrades that have a platform like Black Power Media and Black Liberation Media, and sharing that the fight cannot stop until we bring Mumia home. He is another elder who shouldn't be dealing with what he's dealing with behind the wall, continuing to support sharing and raising awareness around what's happening in Palestine and most recently Venezuela. Our elder stays up to date with the current events, but we need to continue and will continue to raise awareness around his situation so we can also keep him as a current event to put even more pressure on the facility where he is so he can come home before the year is out. I will continue to do the absolute best I can to spread myself as thin as possible, no matter what it takes. Our love for our elders is very deep, and that is what is going to carry us through this work. That is all I have for you all today. Thank you for having me.
Uhuru. Uhuru, and thank you so much to our dear sister and warrior, Brittany Hutcherson. And as we are given these reports, remember, you can join these organizations, you can join the working groups, because the way that we get stuff done is with each other. Our most valuable resource, the most valuable resource that any organization has is its people. And so, next, without further ado, speaking of that and valuable resources, we're going to be bringing up Sister Zai, Wendisa again, and Sister Belinda Parker Brown. And they're going to be doing another call for membership and resources. And y'all don't tell Sister Belinda Parker Brown no. I'm just warning you. You don't tell her no. Sister Belinda Parker Brown, do your stuff, Sister Zai. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I'll go ahead and let Belinda kick us off.
Yoo-hoo!
Uhuru.
Yoo-hoo! Yes, Sister Lisa, I agree with you on that. We are winning. I don't like losing, and this is some phenomenal work. And so far, I just want to be so grateful and appreciative to all the presenters that have came thus far. They have really impact us with some very good informative information, and I'm just so excited about all the great work that everybody is doing that's helping us win. So, yeah, let's go right ahead and get our fundraiser. Secretary Zaki, I don't know if you checked. I just made a $50 donation, but when I did that, I thought about Fannie Lou Hamer, that no one is free until we all are free. So,
That's right, comrade.
I just want to let you go right ahead and give us an update on where we are now and what we need to do so we can get this out the way and get to some more of these phenomenal presentations.
Uhuru. So yeah, I love that Fannie Lou Hamer quote because it's so true. And as you know, we say like black is black. So, once the African people are free, everybody will be free. So uhuru. So between those few presentations, we did have some more donations come in. We did receive $100 from Betty Davis. So uhuru, thank you, Betty.
Yeah, woo!
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 We got $50 from Comrade Diop. Like Comrade Belinda just said,
Yeah, come right.
donated. Comrade Belinda did her $50. So her, thank you, Comrade. And then we had Comrade Larry, who also gave $50. So right now,
all right.
right now we are sitting at $490.
Wow.
So we are $10 away from meeting our goal.
Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. I'm going to put that teeny in right now to get it over with. And if people want to continue to give, tell them how they can go ahead and do pledges and all of that good stuff.
Uhuru.
So we have met our goal, $500 for today. I'm sending my $10 via Cash App right now. And
Beautiful.
while we're showing that, okay, there we go. Go ahead, Secretary Zaki.
All right, here we are. So we want to say let's keep this energy for 2026. That was amazing. We were able to meet our goal before we got to the halftime mark. But anytime throughout this presentation, anytime throughout the year, if you want to donate, you're going to do so at blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. You can also give through our Cash App, $BIBCOA. And then we also accept checks as well, payable to BIBC. And then you can mail that out to Akinge Mayele at 4101 West Florissant, St. Louis, Missouri 63115. And for the memo, just put Black is Back Coalition. But I want us to keep this energy all year long. It's important for us to realize that, our enemies are organized. And it's going to take organization for us to be able to get out of this mess. And that means being able to put our, our dollars where our mouths are at. It's important to realize that imperialism is funded, militarism is funded. We see that police occupation of our communities are funded. Repression has a budget, and we need to be able to have a budget too. So when we talk about fundraising, let's think about our political responsibility. We have to be able, to match the system. We talk about building dual and contending power. This is exactly how we do that. So Uhuru, let's keep those donations coming
Uhuru,
in.
absolutely. Right, and do we have the slide showing the working groups?
Mhm.
Well, you can become an individual member, $25, international for organizations, $200, national, $150, and state, local, and provincial, $50. And one of the things with the Black is Back Coalition that we want to really impress upon people is that when you join this organization, you are joining a powerful, revolutionary network. We don't back down. We have we stay the course. Political ideology is so important. Now we have some of the working groups.
Sister Lisa, I really appreciate you saying that because, what I want people to know that's out there, that's watching and listening to us right now, that what makes us different. There's a lot of groups out here, a lot of different organizations and associations and, grant chasing organization, national known organization. But what make the Black is Back coalition different from all these other groups? And I'm here to tell you, people, it is the unity, it is the power. You can have money, but money with no power, it don't mean nothing. Okay, with the Black is Back coalition, is what we're doing is organizing and mobilizing and uniting, networking. What you see happening here on today, if you're an organization and you out there and you doing this work, you need to be connected with the Black is Back coalition. Okay, because you would get the opportunity to be showcased on what we're doing right now and talk about the great work that you're doing. Share with us the great work. Get the support of other organizations to help you with the great work that you're doing. That's what happened to me here in Louisiana. And I'm here to tell you, the Black is Back coalition, without their help and support with all this stuff that's going on here in Louisiana, I would not be able to do the work and accomplish the things that we have accomplished throughout the years that I've been involved with the Black is Back coalition. So I'm here to tell you, it's powerful. It's powerful. Look at what you can do to become an individual member. Look at here, international, only $200 a year. National, $150. Your state or your local or your county or parish or whatever, $50. Put your group with the Black is Back coalition, and I'm here to tell you, you're gonna feel the strength and the power that's gonna come with it. It's a force that come with being a member and a part of the Black is Back coalition. So I just want to let you know, we don't need to be alone anymore. Thank you.
Exactly. And when we stand together, can we also show the slide again with the working groups? When we stand together, when we come together, especially through these working groups, I have seen it myself. There have been times I've been on the phone calling people, some people I hadn't even met yet, calling them and saying, wait a minute, I've been on the phone with the chairman. Chairman, do we got anybody in California or in Oakland because this is going on? Or who do we know in Alabama? Or like with that case when they decided in New Jersey to come after me, and they're going to regret that. I can assure you right now, because we're not backing off.
Yeah.
I can call
You
people
gonna
and say,
spike them real good, Lisa.
exactly, and say, this is what I need, because you all see what's going on. You see what is going on. We have 60 years that we can look at since Brother Malcolm and Brother Martin. And I do give my hats off to those who came before us who were on the right track, but we got to also be critical and saying, wait a minute, are we on the right track? And collectively, as a community, with that loyalty to the Democrat and Republican Party, we can see we're not. We got to change. We got to change. And the Black is Back Coalition has a track record. The hands up of Uhuru, they got a track record. Man, I witnessed what just happened with that.
Me
I
too.
witnessed the
Yes.
chairman immediately said,
Right. I
you're
was
going to put
there.
us on trial. We're putting you on trial. And he didn't go silent. Organized, reached out to everyone and built up stronger. This is an example to follow. This is what we must do. So I just want to go over like the political prisoners working group that you just saw. Sister Brittany Hutchinson gave a report on that. The healthcare working group. Man, there are times when we have these battles, personal battles, because it's so personal when you're in that healthcare system and you're being told something that ain't correct. But we have had battles within that system and we have won. So you can call us, get
Tell me
connected to
about
us,
the
and we'll be like, we'll help you.
Comrade Betty Davis with the education.
Yes,
Education is, I'm telling you, that is the key. Knowledge is powerful. And, just her, incredible knowledge and information from the educational working group.
yes, you see, reparations, the youth and student working group, yes, because we need youth and we need students. They're doing tremendous work.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that great presentation coming from the student working group today too, Sister Lisa.
Oh, yes. And they got them kind of skills. They know how to make it look really in terms also with the work that they do. Political education, the media and social media, we surely need that because we know y'all got some skills. Education, Black community control of police working group. And here's the thing, because if you all have certain talents, if there is a working group, if there's an area of work that you're like, wait a minute, we're not covering this, we need to have a working group for this. You can bring up that suggestion. That's how that healthcare working group came into existence. I'm like, we need something on healthcare. And they're like, yeah, let's get it started. But yes, we are who we have been looking for. We are our own liberators. We have skills. All of us do. We have talents. We have gifts, even just being present. Just being present. And if you think that you're not ready, all you got to do is just show up. Because I can assure you, showing up is about readiness and getting ready, whether you realize it that you're doing it or not. Just show. When I was young, I didn't know anything, but I used to just show up. Just show up. Become a member. And how much more time do we have? We got about 5 more minutes, but become a member. Also, I just want to say if people have questions or something, they can put it in the chat. But it's so important. And courage comes. I believe that courage is a muscle that has to be exercised. That's what I believe. That's what the way it was for me. It's a muscle that has to be exercised. I like to always say get a black bone, but it has to be exercised. Get involved with people
Right
and communities
on.
such as this.
Yeah, and I wanna say this, unless known Secretary Zaki has something. But when you look at how we organize and mobilize with the Black is Back Coalition and going to Washington, D.C., I know it's a lot of people that, have their organizations and they don't travel, they don't go outside of their state or their community or whatever, with being a member of the Black is Back Coalition, it opens up opportunity for you to travel and go other places and see what's happening in other communities that you can connect, and network to bring it back to your community. So, I just, that really, excites me that, we can build these type of relationships and share amongst each other to expand the great work that we do. So I just wanted to share how important it is for us to be able to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you so much. And like you heard it, history does not move because people agree. It's because people get organized. And whether you go, like the comrade just said, you get the opportunity to travel, meet comrades, learn struggle, discipline struggle, political struggle, see what the democratic process truly looks like when it's, implemented. So I just want to say thank you, comrades. Please, go to the website, get membership. We have individual membership and organizational membership. We did have some more donations come in. So before we get back to our program, I just wanted to recognize we got $50 that came from Penny.
Woo, woo, woo.
Thank you, Comrade Penny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we have $25 coming in from Allie. And then another 25 coming in from Bilingual Think and Teach. So we're currently sitting at $600. Let's keep this energy all year long. This is a great way to start off 2026. Before I pass it back over to Lisa to get us back into our program, let's remember, Back is Black. We have to be organized. We have to build that dual and contending power. And you could do it right here with the Black is Back Coalition.
And I got to just tell you a little secret. I really love participating in the call for resources because I'm the kind of person, I'm in the crowd. I'm like yelling and screaming all the time, but I can't do that so easily when I'm doing these webinars. But during this, I can yell, woo! So I kind of like doing it for that. And also, I just want to conclude by saying, even the name, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, is a powerful name. And when you become a member of this organization and being able to use that name, because when you see me use that full name, I'm sending out a warning message to people, because there have been times that I had to, write letters and trying to impress upon, certain agencies and trying to get them to move. And I would be like, addressing it to the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And I would say that. I would be sure to say that full name. They're like, oh. And then I would do a CC, and I would copy all of the organizations within the coalition. And of course, throw in some other names too. And I got to tell you, we've been effective with that approach somewhat. So yes, become a member of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations.
And if you are a freedom loving person, don't hesitate to share and just spread the word that to become a part of some of these other organizations that are within the Black is Back Coalition. It's all kinds of organizations out here that's doing great work. So you don't have to be alone. That's the key. You do not have to be alone with the great work that you're doing. You can have the support, and then you can join up with the Black is Back Coalition to showcase your work, expand your work. So be a part of this great work that we're doing, because let me say this to you. What help us lose is when we think it's all about me, myself, and I. That's the kind of attitude that help us lose people, when it's all about you, yours, and your foe, and no more. That is a problem. And we got to kill that spirit and that giant in us, thinking that we got to do something all about ourselves and it's all about, me and I. No. We lose doing that, and that help us lose. The power is when we unite, is when we organize and mobilize and come together. Okay, is what make us powerful and stronger than ever. And we cannot lose. We refuse to lose when we are united and organized and together. We refuse to lose. We demand, and we saw it happen right there with the
That's right.
Didn't we see it, Lisa? I'm a witness.
That's right. Uhuru.
And we ain't talking about what we heard. We talking about what we know, because we was there.
Witness. Uhuru. And now I'll come, and again, please continue to give your money. It's so appreciated, but even more so, who you are, your spirit. And we need the human resources.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. And now we're going to moving right along. Cause you all ain't heard nothing yet. This is just the beginning. You ain't heard nothing yet, but you're about to hear more. Our next presenter that we will be bringing up is our brother Paul Pumphrey, who is with Friends of the Congo, and he has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years. Is a co-founder and member of the board of directors for Friends of the Congo. Friends of the Congo is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. It's a human rights and grassroots institution that was established in 2004 to work to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. And they have a lot of resources. You need to go to their website, friendsofthecongo.org, correct, Brother Paul?
That's correct.
Right. Because they have a lot of videos, a lot of resources. Uhuru, Brother Paul.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna make a short presentation, and then I have a presentation that will be done after what I have to say. Friends of the Congo, for those who may not be as familiar about the Congo happens to be the second largest country in the continent of Africa, and by far it is resource rich. Just about everybody who has a cell phone, a laptop, or any other type of sophisticated electronics, 9 chances out of 10, you have pieces of the Congo on you, in your hand, or on your desk. When we look at the fact that these resources are not being allowed to be used to give the people of the Congo the benefits of a decent life. The Congo is actually the second largest country in the continent of Africa. It has the second largest rainforest in the world, the second most powerful river in the world. It has roughly about $22 trillion worth of minerals located in it. Not just the electronic industry, it has a tremendous amount of cobalt, coltan, but also gold, copper, diamonds, tin. Yet, the resources of the Congo, from the day it became liberated from the Belgians, and Patrice Lumumba spoke out and said he wanted those resources to be used to benefit the people of the Congo and the people of Africa. United States and Europe moved very quickly to prevent that from happening, and in fact took his life in less than 6 months after he became the first elected prime minister, and had been manipulating the elections in the Congo to prevent the people of the Congo from choosing their head of state. And recently, for those of us who've watched the news, pay attention to the news, you had the quote unquote president of the Congo here in Washington, D.C., signing a so-called peace agreement with Trump, the president of Rwanda, claiming that this peace agreement was there to stop the war, the vicious war in the eastern part of the Congo where many of its minerals are located. But the fact is clear. This war has been used to rob the Congo of its mineral wealth. And they have used the country of Uganda and Rwanda to carry out as agents for imperialism against the people of the Congo. And what we have done with Friends of the Congo is raise people awareness, because the media is not explaining what's really happening there. Raising people's awareness of what's really going on there in the Congo, where literally there's roughly about 8 to 10 million people that have been killed just in the region where these minerals are located. So it makes it easier for the NATO nations and countries like Rwanda to get rich off of the resources of the Congo while the people of the Congo are left being poor and being robbed. Not just poor, but being robbed of a chance of having a decent life. And I like to follow up by having the audio played explaining what we've done this year and helping and giving assistance to the people of the Congo, as well as spreading the word throughout this country and around the world about the criminal acts being done against the people of the Congo. So at this point, if the engineer could play the audio.
Peace, Paul. So for 2025, the first half of the year was dominated by the escalation of the war, where Rwanda and its M23 captured the city of Goma and Bukavu. So our focus was really around uh, protecting people, getting people to secure areas. We worked with women in the displacement camps. Before the capture of the city, the camps were being bombed. So we had to mobilize to move the women, mainly women and children, into safe locations within the city of Goma. So we were able to successfully do that. No one lost their lives. We were able to put the women on a farm just inside of the city, and then also the Mbuti people, the so-called pygmy community, we were able to move families into the one of the sites that the Basanja Coalition has in Goma. Those were all temporary setups. We mobilized resources on a GoFundMe campaign to get funds so that we can build more permanent structures for them. So we moved them from tents to homes. There are about 150 families, 10 persons, 10 people per family, so over 1,000 people on two sites on the farm inside the city, Yole Farms, and in the Yole Center inside the city as well. Moving them to secure location, setting up housing for them. As you know, just about everything was shut down: electricity, internet, food shortage, water shortage. So we're able to get them food, water. Those who needed medical care, able to do that for them. Due to the funds that were being raised on the outside, the banks and everything was shut down inside of the city. What the folks did was, people in Kinshasa, we sent the money. Folks in Kinshasa then use M-Pesa, Telcel, flash the money to the people in Goma, and that's how they were able to get the resources to them, so that they can buy food, get water, and take care of whatever other emergencies uh, that they had to address. Also, those are for the folks who were staying. There are grassroots activists, artists, journalists that we had to get out of the country, which we were able to successfully do. So we were able to get them money. They were able to move from Goma to Bukavu. At that time, Bukavu was not yet captured. So they Goma, Bukavu, and then roll out to Uvira and Bujumbura to get out of the country. Some folks went from Goma, Beni, Kampala, up that way. It's a straight drive up. So folks have left the country that way as well. And then those that we got out, some of them went to Tanzania, Kenya. Some went to Kinshasa, Kampala, and others went to. Some of them even wound up in Europe. So they're all out of the country. Well, not all out of the country, all out of the occupied areas, which is mainly the Kivus, North and South Kivu, and just waiting it out, where they can go back. But we're supporting them as they're out in Kenya, Kinshasa, Kampala, Paris, and I think those are the main places where they've moved to. So that was really the start, the first half of the year, um, getting support to folks on the ground, mobilizing resources to help them out, and right to this very day, folks are saying things are still fragile. One of the centers that the Pasanja Coalition runs in the east of the Congo came under attack just last week. Um, Soldiers came in and just firing bullets everywhere. Um, Fortunately, no one was killed. The night watchman captured and tortured, but was fortunately we're able to get his release, and things are calmed down. But it just gives you a sense of how fragile things are. People are still in under occupation. Although they said the new folks are setting up administration, they don't have a way to deal with any issues that come up. So what the folks on the ground are sharing with us is that they're just shooting. If there are any concerns, they just shoot. That's basically what folks are saying. And young people in particular, are being rounded up and sent out to re-education camps. And it's just very fragile in the queues right now. So we're continuing to provide support to folks who are there on the ground, and the best way we can. That being said, we saw that the Trump administration got involved in a big way with it through the invitation of the neo-colonial leadership in Kinshasa, led by Tshisekedi, where they're basically selling off the minerals there. And Trump has jumped, of course, as everybody knows, a mineral deal was established between the DRC and the U.S., where the U.S. is really now managing Congo's minerals with them. There's a 10-panel committee that was set up, 10-person committee that was set up to manage Congo's minerals. U.S. gets first dibs on the minerals that they're going to be mapping. They're going to be using old Belgian maps of the minerals, and they're going to combine that with the artificial intelligence coming out of Stanford University to map all the minerals in the Congo. The minerals are going to be mapped, put into a reserve, and the U.S. is going to be managing that reserve with the Congolese. The U.S. gets first dib on those reserves. China cannot expand anymore because if the U.S. turns down a concession, they can pass it on to a U.S. ally. And even if it doesn't go to a U.S. ally, say it goes to someone else, the U.S. gets, I think they have to have about 70%. There's a formula where if the U.S. and U.S. allies don't take the concession, there's a formula where they can have up to 70% ownership, 60% ownership. And even in the deals that the Congolese government identified that's in the reserve, the United States has to have majority ownership. So it's just a big sell-off. And the reason why Tshisekedi is selling it off like that, he believes that if he sells off to the U.S., it will enable him to stay in power. And if he wants to extend his stay in power, the U.S. will back him up in doing that. So he's really trying to install a dictatorship. So that's the reason why he's selling off the minerals. And of course, the U.S. has jumped all over it. They've already allotted $2 billion through their International Finance Development Corporation to secure the minerals that are on the board already, and also to expand the Lobito corridor. They're going to go deeper into Zambia. That's really important for the U.S., for the G7, for the European Union. That's a part of their what they call the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. That's the West response to China's Belt and Road Initiative. So a big part of it that's unfolding right now that everybody has to understand is the battle that's unfolding in the Congo between China and the West. The West meaning Western nations, the G7, and the European Union, the United States. They're competing with China, expanding the Lobito corridor and what they call an Atlantic strategy to make sure the minerals come out through the Atlantic, through Lobito and Angola, and In the deal that they have with the DRC, they've put quotas where a certain quota of manganese, certain quota of copper, certain quota of cobalt, certain quota of lithium has to transit on the Lobito corridor coming out through through Angola, and that's in the face of China partnering with Tanzania and Zambia to rehabilitate the Tazara rail line. That's the rail line that runs from Zambia out through Tanzania, out into the Indian Ocean through Dar es Salaam.
One more minute.
They need to put up $1.4 billion to rehabilitate that line. So you have really what's going on is an infrastructure battle between China and the West in the Copper Belt. The Lobito Corridor, the Atlantic Strategy is the part of the West, and the Tazra, the Dar es Salaam Indian Ocean strategy is what the Chinese are coming up with. So, of course, Africans suffer. So that's something we ought to keep an eye on. Uh, Now, when that deal went down with the DRC and the U.S., we mobilized to bring some Congolese women to Washington, where they could speak to policymakers, speak to the Washington public, and let folks know that they weren't part of the deal, they weren't consulted, they're not in agreement with it, and they are going to do all they can to challenge it. Right now, there's a group of attorneys that's challenging the deal in the Constitutional Court. They're going to be submitting a a, a case to try and stop the deal with the U.S. We need as much attention on that as possible. If there are any media contacts that people can send to us so that it can be reported on what the attorneys are doing to challenge this deal between the U.S. and the DRC. There's some members of parliament that said they're going to step up, but they haven't been courageous. Let me put it that way. They say they're going to step up, but they haven't stepped up yet. It's important to note that the DRC Constitution calls for these international deals to be debated in the parliament, and they haven't been debated. And some parliamentarians said they're going to try and push a debate, but they haven't done it. And then the folks on the ground are mobilizing grassroots organizations to translate the deal.
If I can say the last part of it is this. For those who want additional information about what's happening in the Congo, please go to our website, friendsofthecongo.org or freecongo.org to understand what's happening on the ground there. I want to thank Black is Back for the opportunity of sharing this information, and we need your support, especially invite us to come speak at your university, at your school, at your church, in your community. We will be more than happy to try to get the information out to you, and just get us a call and go to our website to find additional information. This is a really important struggle where literally millions of African people lives are being endangered of being wiped off the face of the earth as the U.S. orchestrates the absolute slaughter of the people in Congo, and the media is not talking about it. You hear about what's happening in Palestine a lot, but you don't hear much about what's happening in the Congo. And there are more people losing their lives in the Congo than and even in Palestine or in Venezuela, for example. So we need to get the word out and put challenge to this government for its criminal acts it's doing against the people of the Congo in Africa. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Brother Paul, for all that you do and for your powerful work about what's going on in the Congo. And yes, everybody, we need to stay abreast of what is happening in the Congo. And we need to be active and working together on a global basis. On a global basis. We are African people, and we need to embrace that. So thank you so very much. Do we have a brother, Dr. Matsamela on? Is he on? I know that he is has a time specific that he needs to be presenting. Hold on one second, a moment, please. In the meantime, we can take a couple of questions. If anybody has any questions, you can put them in the Q&A or any comments that we have while we prepare for Dr. Matsamela. Any questions, comments? Anybody want to share? So much like it has been going on, Brother Paul, and perhaps I don't know if you have any comments or thoughts about what the Trump administration or anybody, I'll just bring this up because we know that the United States did not just attack Venezuela. I mean, they're going ape wild, going after everybody, but they also went into Nigeria. And I just wanted to ask Brother Paul what that means in terms of the Congo, and if anybody else has any questions, any thoughts on that.
Yes, basically, what you have in West Africa now are three countries that have come together. Actually, four countries have come together and created the Alliance of the Sahel. And those countries are Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and now Chad have formed a united front. And I encourage those listening to please go to YouTube. There's a lot of information being shared on what's happening in those countries. Those countries started off by telling France and the United States to leave their countries because they had been robbing those countries the same way they've been robbing other parts of Africa. For example, Niger is a major producer of yellow cake uranium, which is used in electrical power plants. France was extracting the uranium, paying Niger 86 cents per kilo, and then selling it on the international market for $200 a kilo. And so here you have 1/3 of the electrical powers in France run off of those nuclear power plants using that uranium, while 85% of the people in Niger didn't have electricity at all. You have situations where the gold in Burkina Faso, which is a major producer of gold, after kicking out France and the United States, they recognized, looking at the records from the previous governments they had in there, that for every 10 kilos of gold taken out of the ground, they were only getting paid for 1 kilo of gold. Another thing that happened is that they built a gold refinery. But many of us don't realize that when you refine the gold, which means heating the gold and putting it into a gold brick, you increase the value of that gold by at least 7 times. And so this country, by taking control over their gold mines, had built over 5,000 kilometers of roads in their country. One of the big problems was that that region of Africa has every 3 months either have a rainy season or a dry season. Well, during the rainy season, when they grow their crops, the farmers aren't unable to get their crops to the market because the dirt roads would put them into mud. And now that they're building these roads, now the farmers can take their crops to the city where a lot of the population is located and be able to sell their crops and generate the income necessary to truly support their families. They've built new schools, and the country's people have really rallied behind their new government as a government addressing the needs of their country. So I encourage, please go to YouTube and look at some of the videos, documentaries on what's going on in Guinea, in Mali, in Niger, and Chad. And they will see the examples being set for the new future of Africa. The one point I didn't bring up about the Congo, since the election of Patrice Lumumba was the first elected prime minister of the Congo in 1960, there has never been an election in the Congo where the people, the head of state that was voted for by the people of the Congo was actually allowed to be the head of state. Europe and the United States have manipulated the election process in the Congo ever since 1960. And so these are some of the reasons why it's important for we here living in the United States to challenge the government for the criminal acts. They claim they talk about democracy all the time, but really what they're doing is anything but allowing for democracy to happen inside of Africa. And then when the people take over these governments that have been corrupted by the NATO nations, then they go, oh, wait a minute, there's a coup. We should be opposed to these governments. But that's really because some of these new governments are not allowed. Now, what happened in Nigeria is, again, Nigeria borders Niger and next door to Burkina Faso. And the president of Nigeria has been seen as being in alliance with U.S. foreign policy in Africa. A good example of that is everybody seems to know that Nigeria is a major producer of oil.
Uhuru.
Yeah.
Brother Paul, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sister
And-
Tonga, you were going to say something?
Yes, I
Yeah,
see
the
that
last one.
Chairman Amalia Shatella has his
Right.
hand raised
I
as
see
well.
his
We
hand
got
up, and
people-
also
yeah.
just to let you know, because I know that Brother Matsamela is on a strict time thing. So we
Okay,
want to also
yes.
make sure we get him, but we can come back to this conversation. But Chairman,
I'll yield the floor.
okay, Chairman, and then Brother Matsamela, you'll be on after the Chairman. Uhuru.
Uhuru, does Comrade Masamela need to go now? And
Matsamela, how are you doing? Do you need to go now?
No.
okay.
Okay, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yeah, first of all, I want to really appreciate what Comrade Paul has had to say. As you know, he comes with a wealth of information regarding much of what is happening on the continent of Africa. And certainly he's been on top of the Congo and the Sahel struggle. And I want to appreciate that. And I also think it's important to say that we should be seeing the obvious relationship between what's happening in the Sahel in Africa and what's happening with Venezuela. That it's not, there's a tendency to see these as separate and different phenomena. And that's because most of us have been robbed of the capacity to see and understand the concept of a mode of production. And a mode of production is something that happens with any society. It's the process through which human life produces and reproduces itself. It's food, clothing, housing, and everything associated with that. It's all the ideas that stem from that. People sometimes find it difficult to understand why somebody has these ideas, why a nigger is the same all over the European world and much of the rest of the world that's severely influenced by Europe and the United States. It's the same. You see the same caricatures of Black people everywhere. And it's because it's a single mode of production that's locked most of the world. This is a consequence of what has happened to Africa. Really, Africa has been central to the development of the social system that we are experiencing today. All over the world, Africa has been central. And I would hope that we can be reminded that the biggest theft of resources from Africa, the biggest theft of resources from Africa is us. That you talk about what has happened to Africa, most people don't know that in the dark days, as has been characterized of European occupation and enslavement of Africa, at the time, there was something like 600 million African people, 600 million people in Africa at this time. And the Europeans killed 1 out of every 3. Killed something like 200 million African people in this process of capturing and enslaving us. That's not even on the record anywhere. It's not something somebody considers about. You can't say a dirty word about a European who has left Europe to steal Palestinian land, who are now characterized as Jews. You can't say anything about that because they say something like 6 million people were killed. Where in Congo alone, that Comrade Paul is talking about, there's an estimated anything from 12 to 15 million Africans killed just by Leopold alone. There's no discussion about the fact that of Belgium. There's no discussion. I mean, and Congo is something what like how many times? 5 times larger or more than Belgium, and the
Yes.
Belgians stealing all of our resources. This is the nature of colonialism. When we see what's happening in Venezuela, it's because we have been poorly educated that we don't recognize that's normal. It's normal under colonialism. And this is something that's been going for a long time. Like I said, African people, the biggest loss to Africa has been us. African people who've been kidnapped and dispersed all around the world. And this is where you see the emergence of a single world economy that creates a single world community. Whereas before you could be talking about a community that in what we now know as England, or what we now know as France and Germany, etc. No, the community is one world economy that locks us all into a single dialectical and parasitic relationship. So I just think that's really important. And also, I think it's important to say that when you look at Nigeria and Nigeria, you also see some of the hypocrisy of this recent aggression that's being waged against Africa. For example, the Nigerian government cooperated with the U.S. in bombing Nigeria. And the U.S. used as an excuse that they were bombing Nigeria, they said, to protect Christians. So here you are, they're bombing Nigeria in the north where a lot of the people are Islamic. So they're protecting the Christians there, they say. So here you have that reality. But people will be sorely mistaken if they fall for that line, because at the same time they're protecting Christians by killing Muslims or Islamic people, more or less, as they say. They are attacking also people, African people in Minnesota, because they're supposed to be what? And these are mostly Muslims. They're people who are from where? Where do you see them coming from? The Muslim country of where?
Somalia.
Of Somalia. So on the one hand, they're protecting Christians by killing Muslims. And so there's some people who can be misled enough to think, wow, and now on the other hand, they're killing Muslims in Somalia, and they're attacking Islamic, I say Muslims, but it's got nothing to do with religion. It's not a religious struggle. I don't want to confuse that. That's the kind of propaganda they put forth as the basis for doing, because most of the white world, most of it is Christian, or much of it is Christian, and there's been this struggle that's been going on for the longest period of time since the Crusades. That's contaminated, that's affected the consciousness of most Muslims who are aware of it. The Crusades, that's supposed to be fighting for Christians. So, you have this white Christianity, as it has unfolded, fighting against Muslims who are not white. And like I said, the Crusades, they fight this war that's been going on for a long time in that region. That's still going on. And they said they were looking for the Holy Grail. But there's no evidence they ever found the Holy Grail, but they found a lot of loot. And that's what the process has been about for the longest period of time. So I just think it's really important for us to understand that. And I have such a great appreciation for the presentation that Comrade Brother Paul, has brought to us in terms of the information that he always comes. He comes well armed with information. And that's extremely helpful. But I think it's also important for us to recognize and remember, we're not looking at, even though this colonial mode of production represents itself differently in different places around the world, it's the same system. It's the same system. And Palestine, that's in New Orleans. It's the same system. And that's the thing that we have. And so what happens is when the system is currently sorely wounded, that's why it's acting in a certain way now, trying to push history back. It's a revanchist kind of movement, trying to take back territory that they presume to have lost with the struggles of people to be free. So, so thank you, Comrade Paul, for the presentation. And also, just all of us must be reminded that the system does not work for us, and we have to create our own capacity for self-government. And that's, of course, is what was happening in Venezuela, people being self-government, rescuing their own resources. That's Palestine, people trying to take back that territory, rescuing their own resources for the service of the people. In Congo, Lumumba rescuing the territory and the resources for the people. In the African, Marcus Garvey, all the way down the line, colonialism is about the appropriation of all the people's resources, expropriation, and it's also about the implementation of foreign and alien rule over people for that purpose. And sometimes we get lost in it because we've been under the leadership of anti-racists for so long that we don't understand, that we've forgotten that the struggle really isn't about whether white people like us or not with this racism thing. It's about the fact that they have stolen our resources, including us, and then impose this nonsense about look what kind of struggle you're involved in. If the only thing you're fighting for is to make white people like you, which is what the anti-racism, and even to be like white people so that they will like you or dislike you less, you'll never win any kind of victory. But against colonialism, we can win. And that's one of the important things I think that people are concluding more and more every day. So thank you, Comrade Paul, and thank you, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa, for opening up this discussion. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank both of you so much. Brother Dr. Maximel, I know you're on a specific time issue. So I want to right now go to Brother Dr. Maximella. And like I said, I think we might be running a little bit ahead of time, so might be able to come back to this very important conversation. But Brother Dr. Maximella Odom is well, I think we might need to change this, but please correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly. But Brother Dr. Maximella Odom.
I'm not impeding president.
Oh, he's not. Okay, so
I'm not impeding president.
Okay, he's not impeding president any longer. He was, but he currently is not. So, but he also writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast for Black Power 96. Dr. Maximella is also a professor in Africana Studies who has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. And we are going to certainly need an updated bio for you, Brother Dr. Maximella. But he is the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group for the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru.
Uhuru, yeah, just put former president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and the bio is still good. So I'll just say that. But yeah, I really appreciate being a part of this. And in many ways, I wanted the dialogue to continue because of the fact that the dialogue directly relates to the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group, the working group that I lead for the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. There was a way through which when I saw the assault last Saturday against Venezuela, for many, it really, for myself, it really drove home the Black Community Control of the Police as an anti-colonial demand because, as Chairman said in his very, very important and now viral a response to the assault on Venezuela and the capture of President Nicolas Maduro, that in the past it would have just been, politics would have been enough to go in and snatch up the leader of a country outside the U.S. But we see the importance of them attempting to raise the question of sort of law and this bogus charge that Maduro was the head of this made up drug cartel that's not even a thing, and they use that as the reason to grab him, and then as soon as they grab him, they quietly drop the charge that he's the head of the drug cartel. But in many ways, it made me think about what Chairman talks about African people in the United States face, which is a negative policy of police containment, a negative public policy of police containment, and we can see the way through which that negative public policy of police containment is without a doubt internationalized. But as well, it made me think about the fact that the direct connection between the assaults against Nicolas Maduro, of course, the multiple attempts against the alliance of Sahelian states that has been happening over the last few years. With the attack against the Uhuru movement, July 29th, 2022, and the subsequent occupation of African and indigenous communities here in North America. And it's not even sort of like some sort of conspiracy theory sort of thing or theoretical sort of connection. I mean, this is explicitly even the Trump administration's plan in connecting the assaults against self-determination of African and colonized people internationally to the assault and occupation of African and indigenous communities here in North America. In many ways, all what really is required at this moment is for us to raise consciousness of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, as well as the demand for a Black community control of the police. So I just want to begin this by saluting Chairman Omali Shatella, the chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. I want to salute all of the steering committee members of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation, and all the work that's been done over the last year. I mean, I don't know how much has been said, but it's important to note that we began last year with the victory, the political victory of the Uhuru Three in their trial, and the way to which that springboarded the work of the Black is Back Coalition. But I think it's also important to note that in the last 3.5 years, we have not been knocked off course from the work of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, which allows for us to be where we are right now. So I would say that point number 3 of the Black is Back Coalition's program, the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, is Black community control of the police. It says, we demand the immediate withdrawal of all domestic military occupation forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize for our own security and redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. And the important point is that it's a democratic demand. It's one that assumes the right for African people to do what's best for African people. So self-determination. And important to note that our coalition is called the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And increasingly, even in my own studies, realizing the way through which the demand for self-determination is a reparative demand. It demands the turnover of the resources used to keep us contained and for us to take control of those resources for our own self-determination. So in that sense, we can understand that the demand for Black community control is also a demand for reparations of sorts. And I've kind of come to that because I just want to salute really the leadership of the chairman of the African People's Social Party, because I got a side project that I'm working on that looks at the party's work in Oakland in the early 1980s. And even before the creation of the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, which eventually became the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, in Oakland, there was something called the Black Community Control Committee. And even though they focused largely on housing, it wasn't just about housing. It was about incarceration. It was about policing. It was about the fact that sort of the economic containment that they have us in essentially turns African people's homes, African people's just lived existence in these urban centers into sort of a form of sort of containment, impoverishment, and constant policing and things like that. So I really want to just salute the Blacks Back Coalition as a representation of that long struggle for self-determination to African people. We understand Black control of the police is an anti-colonial demand. We understand that many people are concerned with anti-racist policing and rooting out bigoted cops and things like that. But in a place like where I live, San Diego, California, percentage-wise, there's more cops, more Black cops on the police force than there even is African people in the city of San Diego. I mean, I think probably African men in the city of San Diego make up at best about 6% of the population. Africans make like 25% of the police force in San Diego. So, I mean, what number is the magic number that we need in terms of sort of equal representation that's going to root out no, right? I mean, in fact, we know that sort of that's even used to sort of quell any concerns about policing, and they say, well, how can it be racist or something, right? So the truth is that sort of the struggle here is against colonialism, right? We understand that Black community control and police, that the problems without the anti-colonial demand of Black community control of the police, things such as defunding the police deunionization, and all these other strategies just become actually austerity measures used to actually strengthen policing and strengthen the grip that they have on African communities. We can see that in places like Stockton. We can see it in places like Compton, California, and so many other places, right? That's why we know that sort of the concern has to be. Thank you. That's why we know that the concern has to be anti-colonial policing, an anti-colonial demand. We have to take this demand of Black community control of police to the people. And I just really want to salute the work of Black community control of police over the last year, because that's exactly what we have done. Whether it's in New York with the defense of Darrell Mickles, which is still going on, in South Africa, and in Charlotte, North Carolina, where we intervene in the push against Stop Cop City with the demand for Black community control of the police, or Orlando, Florida, where we're the police as Tyrone Bartley. It really all speaks towards the goals and the objectives of the Black community control of the police, which is to make Black community control of the police a household word. And what we have to say is, I'll just end with this. Chairman has said that sort of generally people, when we talk about organizing, talk about agitate, educate, and organize. But when National Guard are walking through your streets, when ICE are blowing away white women, you don't have to even agitate. They doing all the agitation we have. What we have to do is educate and organize people with the anti-colonial demand of Black community control of the police, and that is exactly what we are doing right now. Contact us at info@blackisbackcoalition.org. Go to the Black is Back Coalition website and get all the resources that you need and if you want, we can help you craft petitions. We can help you craft banners and other things needed to take this demand of Black community control of the police into the communities where you are, because that's what we've been doing over the last year, and on and on. So, Uhuru, thank you.
Uhuru, brother, Dr. Maximella, thank you so very much for your powerful presentation. Just as you were talking, I'm reminded that in the case that the phony baloney case that they brought up against me in a predominantly white area, but the chief of police is Black, the prosecutor coming after me is Black, one of the officers have got on the stand and lied, Black. So it speaks to your point. What does that mean? Having Black people in a system of white power and oppression means nothing. but oppression in blackface. Uhuru, thank you so much. And next we will have a presentation by the Joko Collective. And I believe we're going to be having two people presenting with you. Is that correct? Brother Youssef and also Sister Tasha. Uhuru, I think they're both on. I'm just going to call you both up.
Sure.
And I'll read both of your your bios real briefly. Brother Youssef Dorset was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and has been a lifelong Californian, spending his late teens and 20s in the San Francisco Bay Area, attending college at St. Mary's College of California in Moraga, California, and then transferring to San Francisco State University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Black Studies. He is a member of the Joker Collective, a grassroots community education project. Check them out on Facebook. And Tasha Thomas is a Los Angeles resident. She has been an education worker as a teacher of record and a substitute teacher with Los Angeles United School District, a cultural worker as a performer and instructor of traditional dance of Guinea and Senegal and Hatha yoga, and a care worker in support of aging parents in convalescence. She currently works as executive assistant for Black Alliance for Just Immigration. She is the creator and co-founder of the Joker Collective Learning Cooperative. Uhuru. Welcome, Joker Collective.
Uhuru. Uhuru and greetings, everyone. I'm starting off our segment. We're going to have it up a bit. And so I'm going to kind of quickly go over what Joko Collective has been doing this year. And we absolutely want to start with giving our salutations, greetings, the abundance of our greetings and the abundance of our respect for Chairman O'Malley, for the work that you've done, for the work that African People's Socialist Party has done, for the work that all of you represented here. I'll not try to enumerate the work that everyone is doing for us to be able to come together in this kind of conversation every year to look at the work we've done for community, in community, and the progress that we're making toward a just world, right? And so, as sister, we had to hop off and do something and hop back on, and the presenter that was speaking before we hopped off was Sister Betty. And so I'm starting my notes there because, as she said, there is so much happening that it's hard to not be scattered, right? And particularly when your work is in trying to give an intellectual accounting, that is to say, the work of deep dives into concepts and ideas that root institutions and movements, both reactionary and revolutionary, which is very much what Joko Collective attempts to do. So our attempt to corral and categorize that scatter is going to go a little something like this in terms of what we've done this year. We've hosted discussions about the goals and mission of the U.S. far right as it's gained operational control in the country with the installment of the second Trump regime and the Republican congressional control. And moreover, as represented culturally with the centering of white Christian nationalism, the politicized evangelical movement, and the growing influence of the directly anti-democratic techno-fascist movement represented by the so-called Dark Enlightenment. So this bit about white Christian nationalism and techno-fascism is a good place to summarize it well, because it explains this irrational, haphazard domestic and international actions, aggressive to the point of mouth foaming, just rabid craziness, chomping at the bit to exercise brutality, to feel themselves in this, right, this dominator role, and the move to intensify the impoverishment of US masses, as well as the encroachment of AI as a fossil fuel polluter and labor destabilizer. Yes, it's authoritarian. Yes, it's Nazism. Yes, it's manifest destiny. Yes, it's a book burning, Orwellian religiosity over rationality, because this is a time of European elites attempting to resuscitate the myth of the glorious Western civilization and its champion, the white male Christian ruling class, hetero bigot, blah, 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 right? With the religious zeal of crusaders, as Chairman just happened to be referencing as we came back on in the last conversation. So we've taken deep dives into what we've called this war on modernity in all its aspects, right? From the attack with the so-called anti-DEI initiatives that are aimed to eliminate the meager social, political, and social, civil, and environmental protections of the biosphere, of Africans, of other people of color, of differently abled people, of non-heteronormative people, the continued dismissal and denial of indigenous people's sovereignty, and of affluent white women who have been the true gainers of affirmative action policy, to the attack on scientific research, and promoting anti-intellectualism. So all of these things represent this desperate move, and many are describing it as the last breaths of white supremacy, the last breaths of white world domination. And it, very much explains all of this kind of intensity. People are coming from a mythological base as much as a base of greed and capitalist encroachment. But a few of our titles this year. Let's see, I'm literally reading from our list. Anti-Blackness on parade, speaking to the return to outright, they do everything but say nigga on television. And I'm not so sure if that hasn't happened, to the, making that, sounding those dog whistles, making that pure anti-Black, anti-African sentiment politic again, making it social again. The issue of criminalizing dissent, the issue of the attack on women's gains, women's suffrage, women's, in particular, this attempt in this conversation about how to roll back women's voting rights and the like. We've looked at the we've looked at the role of consumer culture in priming the mass mind, to accept any kind of accept uncritically any kind of properly marketed, appealingly marketed set of values, and really using the logic of advertising to re-implement, right, this place that they want to have the American public return to in general, and how that relates to our consumer mentalities and our consumer habits, and all that implies of what we've given over in terms of critical thinking.
Tasha,
yes.
let me
I
jump
going
in
fast?
because we're running out of our 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, there are many more titles, right, that we've looked at over this last year. Looking forward, we were, well, actually still looking back, we were able to bring in members of the coalition to share their work, and we want to increase how many members of the Black is Back coalition we can bring in over this next year to offer you a platform to share your work. The other thing we've been doing this last year, really beginning in May, though the planning started before that, isn't a JOCO collective specific project, but a project that we started with another cultural worker, right? As we are cultural workers, poets, and educators. We began a project called the People's Mic, a nomadic benefit poetry reading supporting the anti-imperialist and liberation work of local community centers here in the Los Angeles area, the Southern California area. That has included readings at the Harriet Tubman Center for Social Justice, an organizing center, Holy Ground Healing Center, a center that offers mutual aid to the community and is particularly focused on supporting Palestinian liberation. The Black Lantern Book Collective and Legacy Library, again, a community center dedicated to mutual aid in the community and promoting the Black radical tradition. All Power Books, a socialist book collective, again, a place for organizing, political education, mutual aid. And mutual aid is a big one in this time, right? As folks are hurting and so coming together, right, to try to solve these problems together. We make it a point to go to these places that are doing liberation work. All funds that we raise, the readings are donations, no one's turned away, and we offer a meal to community members who come in. All funds raised go to the sites where we are to help them continue their mutual aid work, their anti-imperialist work, their liberation work. It has been work with the People's Mic has been intergenerational, intercommunal, and has served to encourage resistance and as a site of organizing for artists to organize and to organize with community members. So that's been one of our major projects also. Not strictly a JOCO collective project, but this new formation, the People's Mic, with a comrade, cultural worker, has been also critical to our work. So where the JOCO collective and the JOCO conversations has really served as our online presence, the People's Mic is our presence in the community, actively organizing. And I think that covers our year in review. Thank you. And Uhuru.
Thank you so much to the Joker Collective. And yes, they have been very, very instrumental in helping to provide a platform for us to spread our message out. I know that they invited me one time as a guest speaker on their platform to highlight and bring attention to this ruthless, ridiculous nonsense that they're trying on me in New Jersey. Actually, and we know that we're representative of everybody because it ain't just me. It's about what's going on with this system. But thank you so very much. Our next presenter that we want to bring up is the NPDUM and Youth and Student Working Group. And making that presentation will be Brother Emmanuel McCoo. Is he on? I thought I saw him in the room. Yes, you are on, Brother Emmanuel. And he happens to chair the Youth and Student Working Group. He is a member of NPDUM and the African People's Socialist Party, and he came into political participation through the annual Black People's March on the White House. Woo! And he is also a product of the work of the Black is Back Coalition. And Brother Emmanuel, we welcome you. I think your titles have changed too, but Uhuru, Brother Emmanuel.
Uhuru, and thank you for that wonderful introduction, both you and the other host, Comrade Zaid. Uhuru, comrade sisters and brothers, Victory to the African Revolution. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. My name is Emmanuel Maku. I am the International People's Democrat. I'm the International President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and I chair the Youth and Student Working Group of the Blacks Back Coalition. I do want to raise a salute to Chairman Amali Shatella, our amazing chair of the Blacks Back Coalition, as well as the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, um, uh, and as well as the vice chair, comrade sister Lisa Davis, as well as the rest of the Blacks Back Coalition steering committee, and all those who are in attendance today or watching online. 2025 was a magnificent year for the coalition. The Blacks Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations had entered 2025 with the annual theme for that year being Don't Agonize, Organize, in response to the election of Donald John Trump, when all the people were asking, what should the people do? How should the people respond as more repression by the state on the masses of African people were anticipated. And so that was an incredible and very timely call of Don't Agonize, Organize. And the Blacks Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations responded throughout the year through our organizing and activities that you all had seen earlier in the overview. And both MPDM and as well as the Youth and Student Working Group had taken on this call quite sharply. So we'll start out with MPDM. The International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, and MPDM was founded to bring the masses of African people back into political life and revolutionary organization under the leadership of the African working class, working to build the confidence of the African working class in the struggle for the recapture of our happiness and the return of our stolen resources. At MPDM's inception, was a don't agonize, organize response to the brutal U.S. counterinsurgency war the U.S. colonial state was waging the masses of African people here in the U.S. and around the world. This year, MPDM has continued to respond to this era of counteroffensives with several campaigns within current U.S. borders carrying out our Revolutionary National Democratic Program and the 19-point Black political agenda for self-determination of the Blacks Back Coalition. In New York, when housing was at stake and the collusion between real estate developers, the city of New York, as well as a judge that we know of, was stealing the homes of African people. We had organized a Black community control of housing campaign fighting for the democratic right of African people against forcible displacement, homelessness, and land and deed theft. We had also put local sellouts, so-called representatives, on their heels by bringing the community in and raising community-wide demands. MPDM has also organized in support of Darrell Mickles, who the police had shot for evading a train fare. But in reality, they shot him because he's an African. MPDM had also raised up Don't Agonize, Organize, and Black community control of the police when ICE and police raids were happening in Chicago and California, continuing to organize the community against these attacks on our communities and our dear brothers and sisters in the indigenous and Mexicano community. In St. Louis, after the May 16th tornado that devastated the majority Black North Side, MPDM carried a campaign to demand the release of the $2 billion the city of St. Louis had on hand. These are liquid funds that it can use for anything. But was the city of St. Louis was withholding from the Black community that should have been used for the necessary repairs. We had organized disaster relief efforts. We did not agonize. We exposed the mayor and the city and put colonial democracy on trial through our many Black community rallies and daily outreach we held, and one participation of the community that power must be in our own Black hands. We must defend our democratic rights, and that we must be self-governing as a people. So don't agonize, organize. I'll move forward to the Youth and Student Working Group. I want to also say that the Youth and Student Working Group had also united with the call, don't agonize, organize. When Trump made attacks on education, the Youth and Student Working Group had developed a campaign effort in response to the already unacceptable conditions of education and the ones made worse by this current administration. We held and participated in forums such as the ones put on by Comrade Sister Betty Davis and the Education Working Group. The Youth and Student Working Group also held a forum last year at the Nile Valley Wellness Center, bringing the community into the forum with students, professors, men, women, and children from the community to deal with this question of DEI and Black community control of education. It was an informative and forward-seeking event, raising $250 in donations. We in the Youth and Student Working Group had also had a few collaborative working sessions with the Education Working Group on the Black Community Control of Education campaign. 2025 was the first year since I've been chair of the Youth and Student Working Group that we've held these working sessions, collaborative working sessions with Comrade Sister Betty Davis and her Education Working Group. Working collectively to push back against the attacks on education and pushing forward the demand for Black community control of education. So these were spectacular, and we learned a lot of new things from just the experience of the comrades who were there from the Education Working Group. So that was awesome, and I think a toolkit had been developed. It's the Youth and Student Working Group had also participated in this year's 17th annual Black People's March on the White House, continuing to raise the call of don't agonize, organize in response to the recent National Guard troops and federal deployments of all the federal police agencies onto the streets of Washington, D.C. As the dying global hegemon in the U.S. continues to lose control of not only globally, but more and more recognized locally and internally within current U.S. borders. The coalition had come out of that weekend with additional youth and student reinforcements, uniting with the cry, Black is back, don't agonize, organize. There is still a lot more work to do. We need to put on this year a youth and student conference, raising the call that our future and the future of the Black community cannot be in the hands of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party and the various minions of these structures and institutions that does not serve us, our needs, and our collective well-being as a Black community. And so that our future must be in our own Black hands, and that Black is back. With that being said, thank you so much for this wonderful year in review. I am excited for this year for the Blacks Back Coalition. Please do join the Blacks Back Coalition, MPDM, and the Youth and Student Working Group, and we are winning. And I'm also in unity with donating $25 in support of the call. Uhuru.
Uhuru, brother Emmanuel, thank you so very much for that powerful presentation. Let me say right now that organizing conference that you want to have, reaching out to the youth and telling them that the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party, we cannot leave our future in their hands. I think that's great. I will do what I can to help support that. So, Uhuru, brother Emmanuel, yes. And next, we will have Sister Belinda Parker Brown. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. We're going to be bringing out Sister Belinda Parker Brown. Although you guys have heard some great things, you ain't heard nothing yet. You ain't heard the most of anything yet that you need to hear. So we're going to bring up Sister Belinda Parker Brown, who is with Louisiana United. She is in the Louisiana area. And also, I just want to say she has brought some wonderful people to us, like Dr. Zena Logo and brother Sayaro. So we thank you so much for that. But anyway, Sister Minister Belinda Parker Brown is an educator, researcher, life specialist, community organizer, and motivational speaker who has spent the majority of her career enhancing the potential of others. Diverse audiences have benefited greatly and responded enthusiastically to Mrs. Parker Brown's wealth of experiences. Mrs. Parker Brown is President Chief Executive Officer of Louisiana United. The LUI is a bipartisan social justice organization whose mission is to champion the protection of human rights, including the civil, constitutional, and societal rights that are all too commonly trampled on in today's world. The LUI speaks for the person or group that cannot speak for themselves and has a proven track record all across the state of Louisiana. Belinda she's also co-hosted a talk show called A Force for Justice and is a nationally recognized advocate. Uhuru, Sister Belinda Parker Brown. Uhuru.
Sister Lisa. Let's get to it. Wow, this
Yes.
has been a great, I mean, just impact of just overwhelmed, I mean, just powerful information that have just put me on fire for this great work that we're doing. First of all, yeah, I have really enjoyed all of the presentations, but I would just like to thank everybody for just being a part of this powerful coalition, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Sister Lisa, I did have some technical difficulties with my video slide that I wanted to show, but I can just speak briefly. I just wanted everybody to know that the annual conference was hosted here in New Orleans at I mean it was the conference was held here in New Orleans and it was hosted by Dillard's University, and I wanted to show the slide from some of the speakers and presenters that attended the conference. And also I'm excited that in our last in one of our steering committees after the conference that we're looking forward to doing another conference here in Louisiana that would give us a double portion of what happened here this year in August of 2025. Don't agonize, organize. So I just want to, since I don't have my slide, I just want to talk about some of the great things that we're doing right now. Boots on the ground, like the young people say that we're on fleet. We're cooking with Crisco, and they say cook, 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 and that's what we're doing right now with this campaign. And it is none other than educating, organizing, and mobilizing and uniting people to come together on this plea bargaining scheme. I know one of the things that we just did at the end of the year in December was host a Know Your Rights. But the strategy to knowing your rights is that they don't respect our rights in the first place. We really don't have any rights. It's what they really don't want us to know about our rights as human beings here in the United States of America. So our campaign is all about how we gain power and uniting and coming together, that we all are doing the same thing for a great cause, and that is exposing the plea bargaining scheme. A lot of our loved ones are being trapped. Okay, listen to me carefully. You may want to go get some pencil and paper and write this down. Are being trapped to plea bargain to things that you did not do. And I know that this was one of the things that they intended for the Uhuru 3 to do when they came knocking at their door and with a whole bunch of hoopla and looking like they was going to blow up something, and to get them to plead to something that they did not do. And so this is the whole ordeal, people, is that, they want you to plea. And we're here to expose it Because we know for a fact right now, if everybody refused to plea, the proof of burden is on the proof of prosecution is on the prosecutor. Okay, I'm gonna say, well, the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. So what we're telling people to do is take your chances with going to trial. Let them prove their case, because they can't try everybody. And when they begin to threaten and badger you and force you to take a plea, then what you're doing is saving them money, their resources, okay, the system. That's what we're talking about, the corrupt system. All right. And avoiding, you know, them prosecuting you with no, because a lot of times the reason why they don't want to prosecute you in the first place because they don't even have a case against you. And I know you can see what they're doing in your case, Sister Lisa. So the whole campaign is all about is me rallying at the courthouse, meeting with the individuals that's joining up with our organization and becoming members, taking the time to vet their cases, do a case review with them, and let them know that, you don't have to take a plea. Don't let these people scare you and force you and badger you and threaten you into taking a plea to something that you did not do. So when we get everybody united and come together, okay, guess what's happening right now? We are shutting them down. We're shutting their whole system down. They're running out of money, okay? And they don't have they don't have the means and the resources to prosecute all those cases. So what they're doing is letting people, out of jail. And we can prove that that's a fact. All right. Now, the other most important thing, the reason why it's so important that everybody start doing this, in their communities, or in the state that they live in. I know it's a lot of people out here watching, but see, what they want to do is catch us all along, all by ourselves inside these courthouses and in these courtrooms, so that they can put the fear on you. Go get your mama and your grandmama and say, oh, you better take the plea. They're going to give you, take the plea, because it's a fear tactic. They want to fear you into pleading, but really the burden is on them. So when we all unite and come together, that give us strength, that give us power, and to shut them down. So basically, that's all I want to say, Sister Lisa, about that. And I'm hoping to come back and do a part 2 in 2026 about why this is so important that we take our chances on going to trial, if nothing else, to at least have the court to hear our side of the story before we plea to something that we didn't do, and then it become a part of our record. When you plead, you waiving all of your rights, and then it affects your future, potential, job opportunities, housing opportunities. It affects you in so many ways because they use that negative record against you, and then you didn't plead to something that you never did in the first place, or didn't have an opportunity to tell your side of the story and be exonerated. So I just want to end it right there, Sister Lisa, and I want to thank everybody once again for giving us this opportunity to have such a powerful presentation with all of this wealth of information. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Sister Belinda Parker Brown. We appreciate that, and I was hanging on to every word that you're saying. So thank you so much. Our next presenter that we have coming up is Brother Dawood with the Reparations Working Group. Is he in the room yet, in the house yet? I know I just spoke with him. He said he would be on. Well, what we'll just do is we will just move forward with the agenda. If he comes back on, hopefully we'll have time to let him present. But in the meantime, I'm just going to go to the Healthcare Working Group, which I happen to be a member of, and also just happen to be the chair of the Healthcare Working Group. And I'm just going to bring up with you a little bit of the work that we have been doing. I want to say that we recognize that things are getting very, very serious and even more tenuous, and that the issue of health is something that usually can't wait. You can't put off your health when you need it. It can't wait. So we understand that people are apprehensive and that they're scared, and we want to be here to be a resource for you, because we have seen that when we fight back, even against unsurmountable odds like challenging the healthcare system or people's particular medical situations, that we have had some victories. So I'm just going to bring this up a moment. Let me see if I can share this with everyone. Hopefully this will work. Can people see this? Okay, great. Let me just go back to the beginning of the point, to the first slide, which is point number 14 of the Black is Back um, 19-point platform for Black self-determination. And this is critical. We must have a universal quality health care for all by a public system that serves the health needs of entire communities as well as individuals. Given that group health outcomes are closely linked to group political and economic status, past and present, a universal health care policy must provide both equal care to all, regardless of social and financial circumstances, and restorative care to historically oppressed communities, which require political self-determination to achieve social and biological wellness. And also, could somebody please watch my time? Because I have 10 minutes. I want to make sure I'm on time with this. So that is the mandate with the Healthcare Working Group. And I also just want to say, we also have to remember that that which they define as healthcare, that which they define as health and what they call proof, is also very political. So it's not just about healthcare, it's also about what we define as healthcare. And we have the right to say that as African people, we want our traditional African medicines to be very much a part of our healthcare protocols. We got the right to say that. But anyway, here's just some of the work that we've done previously, some of the places where we've had success. Baby Dylan, where the hospital just took baby Dylan. This was in Philadelphia about maybe 10 years ago, so maybe longer ago than that. And they just began to give him morphine injections. They took him against the will of the family. The mother had sickle cell anemia. And the hospital just said that we're going to give him and just do this. A newborn baby, they begin to give morphine injections. So this was very timely. This is something that could not wait. But with our comrades in Philadelphia who alerted us to what is going on, we organized. We put so much pressure on the hospital, they released him. And time was not on our side because they were injecting this baby with morphine injections. Another thing, we've been on a campaign, Say No to Depo-Provera, which is a hormonal birth control, and at this point was one of the most deadly forms of birth control in that it had some very serious side effects. One of them being that it could increase a person's chances of getting HIV, not just getting it, but also transmitting it. And this was being targeted to the Black community. So when we also talk about Black women and the importance of joining organizations such as Animal and stuff like that, this society targets Black women, and they were targeting Black women with Depo-Provera. And I've also recently seen things saying that Depo-Provera, they find a link to Depo-Provera usage and brain tumors. So this was a young lady that we wanted so much to work with. She ended up coming to New Jersey. She recently transitioned a couple of years ago, but she was somebody who was in California, and somehow something horrible happened to her. She was getting her tonsils taken out, and she ended up being what they call brain dead. And the hospital made the determination that they were going to remove her off life support against the will of her family. And so we wanted to make sure that we were trying to do everything we could to support that family. And I remember I specifically called out to the chairman and said, we have folks in Oakland, because I think this was happening in Oakland. And he said yes. And I was able to make connections with strong people whom I had not even met yet, to say, what can we do? And so we were working back and forth. They were on the ground protesting to make sure that the wishes of the parents were honored. And I think that we helped to contribute to making that happen. And so, and they were able to, but when they brought the young child to New Jersey, I just want to put this much out, because California had declared her dead. She couldn't go back to where her mother could not go back to California at that time, because that's where the base of her support was, because they had declared her brain dead. So that created a lot of additional trauma too. But anyway, so we just want to recognize that fight. Then we also supported a comrade who had a serious injury, and he ended up having an amputation. And we had to they wanted to discharge him immediately. This was during COVID. They wanted to discharge him immediately before he had his prostheses and all of that. And we said no. And I mean, we fought that. Again, time was not on our side, because they're talking about putting him out immediately. But we were still able to get together and to fight that. And we also learned that HMOs, we learned a lot about Medicare, that many times when you're being told no by Medicare, it's not Medicare itself, it's an HMO. And so we also found resources to help people fight that. And let me just go to the next one. We published a pamphlet about with powerful remedies or powerful modalities that we can use to build ourselves up during the pandemic and other flu crises. We don't promote at all any kind of medication that that might have side effects, because first of all, just all things that we like to promote in pamphlets like this have more to do with nutrition and things that are not risky, things that are not risky, and they tend to be very potent and powerful. I found that to be the best way to go. We put out information when my brother was killed, when they forced a ventilator down him, and I had the choice. They said either I could just live with that pain, or I could turn that pain into power. And so that just began a campaign to talk about safe and humane alternatives to ventilators. And so we were putting information together about that and passing it around. And I hear some other information that we had come across in terms of when you are denied certain things and resources that you can go to. Many times, a lot of the resources that we work with, because we have to work with the information that is out there, and we will acknowledge when other organizations have done certain work in terms of gathering information. And so we like to utilize that, and we always give credit for that. But remember, though, but we are anti-colonialists. We are anti-imperialists. So the lens through even which we reach out to other agencies to help us for assistance determines everything. And that is what we are about. And we also want to make sure that during these times that we also continue to put out more information, because there are a lot more organizations that are fighting things. We know that people have lost their jobs, and many times the job is what's tied to your job is health care. And though that's very serious. And we also had a webinar earlier. We had a webinar, I think, the last year, like October, around that time last year, about disaster capitalism. And we want to do a lot more work like that. But more than anything, we want to tell people, we want to tell everybody that no matter what they try to do to us, we are our own liberators, and we have resources. And when we come together, we can win. We are more resourceful than we realize. And even with healthcare, definitely, you shouldn't have to go through anything by yourself. You shouldn't have to. And that involves if you're facing health issues as well. We want to be there for our people. And we also call on people to join the healthcare working group. All you have to do is just care. You don't have to have experience with working with health care, or you just have to really care. That's really the main thing, and to recognize that we need a different system and a different way of doing things. And with that, I'm also just going to go into the political action working group, which I also happen to work with the political action working group. And the vice chair of the political action working group was Brother Sayaro. And we know that he transitioned, and that just left such a hole in our heart. And takes a moment sometimes to regroup. But he was very, very political. And he was always saying to me, Lisa, come on, we need to, let's call meetings for the political action working group. And we want to get the political action working group reinvigorated and back on track. So some of the things that we had been doing is we were charged with like looking into various political campaigns that were going on, bringing back suggestions to the Black is Back coalition, and also trying to organize and write position statements on so many things that are going on. So we really want to get back to doing that, and we are going to need more people to get involved with the political action working group. Ideally, it would be great if the various organizations of the Black is Back coalition could have member representations, and some of them have been doing that on the political action working group, because we also want to make sure that we are also supporting the work of the coalition members, the organizational members of the coalition. And in saying that, I will just conclude with the political action working group. Definitely people who are writers, that would be very, very helpful. We want everybody, though, if you just have an interest, that's very good. But certainly those who are pretty good with writing, like I said, we want to be able to try to produce. So much is going on, and but we want to be able to produce more things like putting out political positions within a timely manner, and those kind of things. And definitely bringing your ideas and things that mean something to you is so important to us. So that concludes my presentations for the healthcare working group and the political action working group. And do we have Brother Dawood? Is he back on yet? Brother Dawood, who's the chair of the reparations working group. Well, being that I do not see Brother Dawood,
Uhuru, may I
yes,
comment?
Brother Chairman, yes, Uhuru.
Yeah, I don't know. I may have something to do with Comrade Daoud's not being here. I'm not sure. I know he had called me a little while ago, and he had wanted to use this to have somebody come on just to talk about what is meant by reparations. And I told him that one, that he should talk to you about that. That was one aspect of it, and the program committee. But the other thing I told him is that what we were doing now was not just having discussions, but we were talking about what we had done through the various working groups and organizations over the last year. So I'm not quite sure how he interpreted that. I think he was on for a while, wasn't he? Or was he? I don't know. But anyway, that was a discussion we had had. And it could have been a better discussion, because the fact is that it was not for what he was talking about, that what we are doing today. It was not, just to bring somebody, because as you know, Comrade Daoud has been talking for a while now about needing to have some kind of conference with everybody so that people can define what really is reparations. And that's what he wanted to make this. And that's not what we were doing on today. So I don't know if that threw a damper on
Chairman,
his being here.
Oh, thank you so much. Although I spoke with him about, I would say about 5 or 10 minutes ago, and he
Okay.
indicated that he would be getting on. And I know that he had sent me something too in terms of, just a slide that he would like to come up during his presentation. So maybe there could be some other issues going
Yeah.
on.
Okay, good.
Right. But anyway, we will move forward with the program. Brother Nkula Lakem, first of all, I wanted to say,
The comrade says that he is on.
oh, he is on? Do I not see him?
I don't see him either.
Let me just see. Is he let me just see. Is he in the Zoom room or something?
I don't see him either as an attendee or as a panelist.
It's because he's on YouTube. Okay, we'll
Oh,
try to get this
okay.
figured out.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Anyway, I want to just also say to the steering committee, with everything, and I'm not using this as an excuse in terms of so many things going on, but we usually like to give people more preparation, more heads up in terms of, if they're going to be doing something. So Brother Nkululeko, I know I called you yesterday, and I apologize about that if that was kind of late, but he's with the outreach working group. Brother Nkululeko, do you have anything to say about that? If you would like to say something about it.
Uhuru.
And also, let me just say this brother is such a strong organizer. They have been doing some work in Brooklyn, in New York. And when Sister Betty talks a lot about the work that's being done, that they're doing, like around stopping deed theft and just in terms of all that's going on, she just constantly talks about the work that is going on in Brooklyn. And I know that Brother Nkululeko is part of the leadership of that work with NPDOM, Uhuru, and you're also with the African
Uhuru.
People's Socialist Party, correct? Uhuru, take it away.
Uhuru. Right on. Uhuru comrades. Black is back and we ain't going nowhere.
That's
Again,
right.
my name is Nkululeko. I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party, as well as the president of the New York branch of the International People's Democratic Yehuda Movement. And in addition to that, I'm the outreach coordinator of the Black is Back Coalition. And the goal is to let the world know, let the Black community know that Black is back and we're not going anywhere. So I'm making a call today to join the outreach working group because we got to bring the messages that were spoken about here on today's call, today's conference. We got to bring this to everywhere our people are. We got to bring it to the church. We got to bring it to the schools. We got to bring it to the blocks where the people are. So that's the call I'm going to make. And I hope y'all hearing this call and answering this call to join the working group committee for outreach so we can market our revolution. We can market our revolution to the masses and let them know that there's work being done to solve the problems of our community right here, right there, wherever they're located, on whatever front of the worldwide African liberation movement. There's work that we can be doing. There's work that needs to be done. There's work that the Black is Back Coalition is doing to win our people to continue to fight. This time till it's won. So we'll make a call to everyone that's listening, everyone that's participating, to join the working group of the outreach working group of the Black is Back Coalition, because it's very imperative that we are our own marketers, that we are our own journalists, our own photographers, and that we bring in this work that's being done to the masses so that they don't, so that we can cure the helplessness, that we can cure the sense of unfulfillment and activate our and build our people's confidence in our ability to win the contradictions around healthcare, win our reparations, win students and the youth to join in this revolutionary movement, win Black community control of the police. We have to put this on every block or every corner and everywhere we're located. So that's why I'm making this call for everyone that's paying attention, everyone that's watching this program or will be watching in the future, to join the outreach working group of the Black is Back Coalition, because it's our responsibility to bring this message to the masses of our people, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And I also just want to say, Brother Nkululeko and I have been having some very important conversations, and even helping me to learn what I can do more, as in terms of getting people to join the Black is Back Coalition, because I've always been bad with recruitment. I mean, that's just not one of my strengths, but I'm just willing to do what I have to do as well. And sometimes it's a matter, in my opinion, I think it's a matter of, okay, let's talk about very mechanical things that can be done. Do. So that helps me, but I just want to say, Brother Nkululeko, your words are not being said in vain. We got to do what we got to do. And that's all there is to it. And I'm in it for
We
our
doing the
people
damn thing.
to
Thank you for
survive. I'm in it for that. I don't care what it is. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And I'm in it for that. So I just want to say, Brother Cool, your words did not go in vain.
Thank you, comrade. We are winning. Uhuru.
Yes. And next, we're going to be hearing from the African People's Socialist Party, Uhuru, and which is the organization, and this is just speaking truth to power, which is behind so much of the work that we do right now. And with the leadership of the chairman, Omali Yeshitela, we're going to have Sister Zaid give a report about the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru!
Uhuru, comrades. All right, let's see, yes. We go ahead and get the presentation up. All right, while we're waiting for that to go ahead and come up, we'll go ahead and just get started. We'll go ahead and salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, the architect of, African internationalism, the Uhuru movement, and all of the mass organizations that you see under the party today. It's loading here. All right, perfect. Uhuru. 1 second. Having some difficulties. 1 second.
Kabula, do you see the graphic? I mean the presentation. Sai, if that's you sharing your screen, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing the black is back.
Right.
I'm not sharing my screen. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I don't have the PowerPoint.
It's in the engineer's copy. You might have to refresh. Sai, I would suggest that you just read or
All right, I can just go
describe
ahead.
some of what you see. Yes, Uhuru,
All right,
thank you.
Uhuru. Yep. All right. Next, I'm going to go ahead and salute to Onajene Yeshitela, the architect of the Black Power Blueprint. And as we know, we're just taking a look back at 2025. This presentation will just look at, some of the work that we've done over this last year. So, in 2025, you could not escape the word colonialism, and that is because the work of our chairman. So throughout this year, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has provided leadership and clarity on the question of the colonial mode of production. Being able to provide clarity in this period and since before the inception of the African People's Socialist Party, has been to wage struggle against imperialism and colonial domination. So we started off the 2025 year fresh off the victory of the trial of the century. We heard from the judge that no one was going to prison, no one was going to be fined. And on, this December 16th, 2024, they got the sentencing for the Uhuru 3. So we started off the year pretty strong. All right, and then here you see just some support that, we entered the year with all around the world supporting the Uhuru 3. And it's important, that we recognize that the Uhuru 3 was able to be victorious because of the people. Like we said earlier, the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And as we've heard all throughout today, it's because we were organized that we were victorious. So in May, St. Louis was hit with a tornado, and we had to organize around that. It was through the Black Power Blueprint. We were able to come up with a tornado response, just the side of St. Louis that was been neglected for so long. And when we had a tornado that came through and the alarm wasn't sound or the north side of the community didn't have the opportunity to prepare for this tornado, which resulted in a lot of deaths, resulted in the community, an already neglected community, further being destroyed. We'll look into the leadership locally and globally, and it's important that we recognize that the African People's Socialist is on the ground and the continent. That's everywhere from South Africa, Sierra Leone, to Nambia. We are building. As you see here, we are growing membership, committees, looking to build economic development. Here you see at the Tunkani Community Garden, where what's being harvested here is cabbages and onions and other things to feed the community, having car wash projects, but really being on the ground and organizing the community. Uh-oh. 1 second, comrades. Next, we were able to have the victory with the Leonard Peltier, being released. There we are. Being released and being able to be sent home, just recognizing this, the African People's Socialist Party and the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa counteroffensive did take up the campaign to free Leonard Peltier. So we did count that release as a victory, not only, for the indigenous community, but the entire anti-colonial struggle for free speech. We take any victory that we can, and especially with the indigenous movement. Uhuru. Also, came to the campaign, the defense of Hands Off Mahmoud Khalil, who was, targeted for, his free speech, speaking about the attacks that were happening in Palestine, him being detained, kidnapped, taken away from his family. Her next slide. We have in April 2025, through the African People's Socialist Party and the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa, Chair Mwezi was able to join forces with the U.S. Hands Off Cuba Committee and went on a delegation to Cuba. This trip was specific to be strategic to the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign. And it's important to make clear that the African People's Socialist Party, has been under attack for the entire of, our 50 years of anti-colonial struggle. And just like Cuba, the vanguard of the African working class presents a threat to the already shaky social system that we see today. So just recognizing that the colonial mode of production is built on the backs of the workers of the world, who are indeed rising up. So that took place in April. And then also moving forward, salute to the continued indigenous, and Mexican resistance as we see with the heightened ICE attacks. Our continued solidarity with Union del Barrio, with them coming to the Black People's March on the White House, and being able to show solidarity there as well. In October of this year, we were able to launch the Hands Off Uhuru Latin America Front, and that took place on the 18th. Here we were able to expand the fight for anti-colonial free speech into the Latin America Front, and extending this struggle to be able to protect and safeguard our right to anti-colonial free speech throughout this hemisphere. We had some guests that represented different areas, indigenous peoples, including Venezuela, Nicaragua, Peru, Ecuador, and from various other places. So we were there also the chairman was able to provide an overview. And then, with that, the Hands Off Uhuru Latin America Front was able to respond, to the attacks on Venezuela. This was earlier on, before we see these present developments. Uhuru. And then December 13th, we were able to hold this webinar that was for the fight for anti-colonial free speech, looking toward repealing foreign agents and conspiracy laws, which are explicitly political laws, and just calling on people to continue to take on the Hands Off Uhuru legal defense, who's leading the campaign to repeal both FARA and other conspiracy laws. Uhuru. And then just moving forward with being able to build, the African, independent African economy. We were able to get their Uhuru Bakery and Cafe open after, a long time development, one of the longer institutions that have been around for the Uhuru movement, the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe. We were bringing this to the north side of St. Louis, and we had years of battles, on the ground, but ultimately, hats off to Deputy Chair Onana Janae, with the volunteers who were able to, to go to the meetings on the ground, put in the sweat work and the equity to get this building up and running. You see this beautiful mural that's on the side of the building here. So you can go to the Uhuru Bakery and Cafe. It is at 3719 West Florissant Avenue, and that's in St. Louis, Missouri. And how you can help keep this afloat and open. You can visit and eat and dine in. Of course, we need people and volunteers to be able to bake, and you mix box pies, help staff the pop-ups. You can share us on social media, and then just be able to sell the pies throughout the community and in your homes. So taking a look ahead, we've got some big things coming up. So on the 17th, well, we'll get into some of this a little later, but the 17th, there will be a webinar, 2, 3 Many Venezuelas, and that will be held online, so you can find more information. We'll be talking about the Uhuru 3, Chairman Amalia Shatella, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville, along with other anti-imperialist leaders and scholars. They will speak out. And this is to address, the brutal bombings and the attacks of the people of Venezuela, the kidnapping and the arrest of President Nicolas Maduro. Uhuru. And then the African People's Socialist Party will be hosting its plenary April of 2026. That's going to be the weekend of the 17th and the 19th. And Uhuru.
Uhuru.
That's the end of that presentation, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so very much, Sister Zaid, for that powerful presentation of the work of the African People's Socialist Party. And
I'm back.
yes, I see Brother Dawood with the chair of the Reparations Working Group. You are on. Let me hold on a moment. Let me just read your bio a minute. I know I have it here in front of me. Bear with me, good people. I know I have it in front of me. Brother Dawood he's from New Jersey, by the way. We are fellow New Jerseyans. I ain't boasting about being from New Jersey. I'm just stating a fact. I personally can't stand the state or being from any place in the United States. But anyway, Brother Dawood, he was born and raised in Jersey City, and he graduated from Henry Snyder High School, Soul Class of 1969, and attended New Jersey University, where he works with the Black Student Union organization, and he helped to organize the Black Freedom Society. He worked as a guest teacher with the Jersey City Board of Education and held that position until May of 1983 when he deserted to California. He moved, I'm saying deserted. But soon after arriving in California, he began to search and later found about the local activist scene. And living in California, he has worked with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement. And in the year 2000, he became a charter member of the Reparations Platform Coalition, which is now the Reparations United Front. And to this day, he remains a member in good standing, where from time to time, he works as an organizational member, memory keeper, aka recording secretary. He is now the chair of the Black is Back Coalition Reparations Working Group. Welcome, Brother Dawood, and everybody has 10 minutes for their presentation. Uhuru!
Uhuru. Finally. Okay. We're going to start off today's presentation with what is reparations? I'll be reading from this card, and I think I sent you a copy of it. If you could display it, people could read along with me.
Brother Dawood, we needed it to come through email, and I didn't get it through email.
I sent an email just after I sent that message. Quest for redemption. What is reparations? Our quest for redemption of our dignity and positive self-worth. Our quest for an apology to our ancestors and atonement and compensation for hundreds of years of enslavement and murder. Our quest to heal this country of its racist past and present discrimination suffered by people of African descent. There is overwhelming evidence, personal testimony, books, pictures, property records, and deeds, and find out your profits. Historical documents that persist to the present. People of African descent are still facing discrimination 4 centuries later. There's a national and international struggle that is connected with the global reparations struggle. The vestiges of colonialism and capitalism affect us even to this day. It is an internal struggle for us to be redeemed and to assist with our own future betterment. It is an apology and an atonement for long-term abuse, rape, lynchings, and murder and exploitation of people of color. It is also a demand for the release of all Black political prisoners. It is logical others who have suffered less have received reparations, and it is a correct action. I'm going to read a statement, okay? Reparations Working is building for the group. The Reparations Working Group for the group did not have much success in 2025 due to our inability to meet for various reasons. However, in 2026, there are plans afoot to build the group and its standing agenda with regularly scheduled meetings. Basically, our mission in 2026 will be to move forward with a plan to unite the reparations movement by holding one or two reparations webinars. We will contact as many reparations orgs as we can, secure contact information for, and begin to solidify the unification of all the reparations groups into one national reparations organization. No one or two reparations orgs can achieve reparations for the Afro-descendants here in the United States. And remember, there's only two things left. That's the truth and reparations. Reparations now in memory of our ancestors. So, moving forward, we're going to reorganize the reparations working group, built to organize it, and we've already come up with an agenda to move forward with organizing the reparations here in the United States, by joining with other groups and whatnot who will have the same mission. And that's my presentation for today.
Uhuru, Brother Dawood, and thank you so very much. And again, people, join the reparations working group as well, and we appreciate your presentation. I just want to get a time check from Sister Ikenge, and enough cannot be said about Sister Ikenge as one of the administrators and also the people who play the role of the secretary and stuff like that, because so much goes into keeping the organization and the coalition running and afoot. And Sister Ikenge just does a tremendous job. So I have to again let you know how much we appreciate what you do. But I just want to get a time check from you, Sister Ikenge.
Uhuru, we don't have much left to the program, so I would continue. We got time for a Q&A.
Right. Okay. So Q&A will just continue as is. Okay. Fantastic. So right now we have time for a Q&A, and then we're going to be going into another call for membership and resources. And then we will talk about some upcoming announcements and be concluding, of course, with the brilliance of the chairman, Omali Yeshitela. So Q&A, anyone?
Lisa,
Yes.
yeah, I just wanted to mention that, I hope that I was clear with that people need to know that a plea is free. And if they have any questions on what I mean by that, it's very important that they don't go and pay a whole lot of money, for attorney fees and representation just to get a plea, even if they decide that that's something that they want to do. So a plea is free. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sister Belinda. And I think we need to maybe even have a webinar or something and talking about these plea bargains, which I don't like them personally myself. And I've seen some horrible things happen with people with plea bargains as well.
Absolutely. And I just also want to say too that as we rally together and organize and mobilize people across this country and educate them about this plea bargaining scheme, is that it's going to bring us, a lot of position on how they handle us when it comes to threatening and badgering us to take these pleas. I was under attack, just like they can walk up on you and snatch you out from the back of your neck and put a charge on you and then want you to plead to it.
Mm-hmm.
So another thing that's very, very important is that, for us to begin to mine the little things that they want us to plead to is like, they have across this country, they are, changing the laws when it comes to any type of domestic situation. They come into your house, you in a just a confrontation trying to discipline your children. They want you to plead to that kind of stuff, and before you know it, you trapped in their system because all you were trying to do was get your child under some type of control. And then another thing that you got to really, really watch out for is pleading to traffic tickets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, um, you know, um, so it's just little things, subtle things that you really not paying attention to, and the next thing you know, you done got trapped in their system, and you looking at your whole future being turned upside down because these pleas can affect you in so many different ways and various ways that you don't even have a clue about.
Yep.
So
Oh.
I wanted to bring that out. Do we have any questions?
Oh, yes, please do. And if there's any questions in the Zoom meeting room, please put it in the Q&A. If you're watching panelists, you can just jump into the discussion. And I just want to say this much about what you mentioned about traffic tickets, because everybody knows basically they make so much money off the despair and the trauma of the Black community. Because I can tell you right now, and where in South Orange, and I'm saying it because I'm going to be challenging. I'm saying it. South Orange and Maple were predominantly white areas. This is the area that I was in when they falsely brought some BS against me, and then they're talking about, well, if she says that they had probable cause, I'm like, I ain't saying probable cause to nothing because you had no cause. I've been dragged into their court system, predominantly white area, for like 5 times throughout the year, but the majority of the people in those courts are black, and those are courts that primarily have a lot to do with like traffic cases and stuff like that. Maybe something where you're going to have to pay a fine, and they didn't have to bring any proof or anything like that. The judge was going to make fit whatever the freaking officers brought in there, and so was the prosecutor because they're making so much money off of black people. Yes, so you're
Yeah.
right about that.
Right, and they're targeting, we are a target for them, our black communities. I'm glad you brung that, made that clear, Sister Lisa, and that's the reason why we have to mind ourselves and be very attentive to what they would try to do. We seen it happen with the Uhuru movement, because then they would try to go out and get somebody else to spy on you and lie on you and pay people, all kinds of, ridiculous amount of money just so that your neighbors, you don't know who these people are. So you really want to mind yourself and pay very close attention, because it's all about how they're going to fabricate it and concoct it, and with all sorts of fraudulent information to get a conviction on you in the first place. So I just really want people to pay attention, and these are the things that they're targeting, mostly domestic violent cases, because if you're having any type of dispute or confrontation, in your home, they want you to plead to that stuff, your argument with your child, they want you to plead to that. They can actually put a charge on you for that. They want you to plead to it. So what we're saying is, don't take these pleas to stuff that you would better have a chance going to trial and prove your side of the story.
Exactly. I see the chairman's hand up, and also just panelists, if you got your hand raised sometimes and you don't see me acknowledging it, please just feel free to jump in. Brother Chairman Uhuru.
Oh, thank you so much, Comrade Vice Chair. I know we really don't have all that much time, but I want to unite with Comrade Sister Belinda Parker Brown. In fact, as I mentioned in some previous discussion that we had, that's been a long-standing position of the Uhuru movement, not to plea. And I want to call on, in this meeting right now with the steering committee here, that we should resolve that the Black White Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparation, should initiate a public campaign or a campaign. We should resolve to initiate a campaign in opposition to plea bargaining. I don't think I don't matter what it is. It doesn't matter the presumption of whether or not you did it or didn't do it or something. It doesn't matter. The thing is that we have to not engage in plea bargaining, and the fact is that the system can't even handle it. If people stop plea bargaining, the system doesn't have the ability to try everybody. It's a vicious assault on the rights of the people. You will actually have folk who are supposed to be defense lawyers, your lawyers, who will come to you. The first thing they come to you is this is the deal that we've been offered. I have a responsibility to tell you that this offer has been made, and if we don't take the deal, that this 15 years, there's a chance that the likelihood the judge is going to be upset. We can get 50 years. And it's an assault on a basic fundamental right that's supposed to be there in the Constitution. The right to a jury by trial of your peers supposed to be there. But they would make an attack on that when they tell you that if you don't plea, then we're going to punish you for not pleading out. We're going to punish you if you demand the right to have a trial of a jury of your peers, we're going to punish you. And that's a major assault on what's supposed to be your rights. And I just think it's a critical for us to understand this, if for no other reason than tactics or strategy, we should refuse to plea. And what the country does is that they have a situation. Much of this they develop dealing with drug issues, where they will arrest somebody who is less involved in doing something, and then say, or they will arrest somebody who's a kingpin, if you will, to put it in quotes, and say that you can plea out. All you got to do is snitch on somebody else, and so you get people who actually have done these things, horrible things. They can snitch on somebody who's done little or nothing, and they can get off with it. And then somebody who and they can get off with it, and so this is it's a horrible situation. And I'm going to be even hopefully we have a plenary, and everybody here should be in our plenary in April 17th through the 19th. Should be here in St. Louis. But I'm going to be promoting, that we reinstate as a matter of policy, people, winning people not to accept these plea bargaining. So I just think that that's really important. I want to appreciate Comrade Sister Belinda Parker Brown for making that case.
I I unite so much with that, and I just want to say, and this is even before I became involved with the Uhuru movement, and what I saw going on in Newark, New Jersey, around like I had the chance to sit in on one case one time more than I normally would, and it was really horrible. And I just saw from that the plea bargain is nothing about giving a weapon, a tool to these damn colonizers for them to come in and just screw over people any kind of way that they want. And that's what the plea bargain is about. It's really a horrible system, and I definitely do support that.
Well,
And also,
they offered me a plea
yeah.
during the Uhuru Tree House.
Yeah.
I could. I think they asked me. They said that I could take 3 years in prison, and I forgot the total amount they said that in terms of fines initially. Uh, uh, at least $100,000 fine and 3 years in prison. This is what was supposed to be a deal for us.
And wow, and you went to trial and we beat him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the first of all, we went to trial. We spent a lot of money. We spent $500,000 in that trial. But the thing is, they had nothing. The whole thing was concocted. It doesn't matter. They knew it was a lie. They wanted me to believe, and even the judge in the sentencing, when he said no jail time, no fine, he said he made the statement that if it were not for the thing of having to register as a foreign agent, we'd be talking about free speech. And he said, so no jail time, no fine, because if we fine you, you're just going to raise the money to pay it anyway. And what you do basically is community work. So we're sentencing you to 300 hours of community service or something like that, which is what you do anyway. So, and which is a hell of a statement. Yeah, that's what we do. I mean, but you got, and so if we had pleaded, we've been committing perjury almost. If we said we were working for the Russians, which is extraordinary. But anyway, it's not even about our case so much as it is that I think people must it's a form of resistance and not simply accepting to be railroaded. This country has the largest prison population in the world, and at one time, Louisiana had the second largest prison population in the world, second to the United States. I don't know if that's the the case anymore. And it's all these Africans and colonized people. I've read that if they would release Africans and other colonized people, indigenous and Mexicans and stuff like that, they'd reduce the prison population by 2/3. And so anyway,
And
yeah,
they'd also lose a lot of money because we also know that's a money-making industry that they
it's a
got.
money-making industry, but it's a number of things. It's the fact that even Foreign Affairs, which is a publication of the Trilateral Commission that formed by David Rockefeller years ago, and they call it this, been referred to as Atlanticist Bloc. They in January 2024, before the some of the stuff that's real people are complaining righteously and rightfully about now had occurred, it was talking about a real problem. He responding to political violence in this country that has increased, and things like that, and responding to the fact that a problem that is being experienced by these white settlers is that by 2045, they will be a minority in this country. And that is extremely problematic. If you own somebody's stolen land, that you become a minority, and that's a serious problem. And that's something that the white population, generally speaking, has some fear of. That's why you see white people marching with torches in the middle of the night. You will not replace us, kind of stuff. And that's also the prisons function as birth control to keep young African people from making babies. That's when somebody spoke early on. I think it was Kermit Tasha from Joko Collective about the assault being made on white women. Yes, there's an assault being made on the rights of white women who have stupidly followed the General Colonial Project, united with it, who thought they had some rights. But now, many of these rights they assume they have been taken away. Why? Because they ain't having no babies. Because they want them to have babies. Because white women are not having enough babies to even keep the white population where it is right now. So they take away these rights. They want white women back in the kitchen, barefoot, or they want white women to be there to watch black women clean up for them. But anyway, they want white women they want to take away these rights even from white women. This is why they kill abortion clinic people. This is why they do all of this stuff, because white women got to have these babies. And then this is why they lock us up. This is why they have troops at the southern border to keep Mexicans and other people from coming across, because it minimizes the population of white people. And so these are problems that they've got, and they dealing with, and this affects the policies of this government all the time. So I've talked a lot about that, but that's something that I think we should be conscious of, or even the ruling class, is acknowledging that. And they say that's part of the reasons also for the violence, the political violence that we see happening in this country today. And obviously, for the attack on Africans, prison population, attack on Mexicans and other people, because white people must be something about having babies that they don't quite get. But that's another story.
I really appreciate the fact that you bringing it out. That and I'm gonna tell you right now, it's catching on that we can get some type of worldwide campaign going, or whatever we need to do to let people know that we're not going to keep breeding this this money making scheme, when it comes to prison being for big money, and people are catching on. It's and I'm gonna tell you, it's a lot of the hellhole prisons and stuff are crumbling because they're not making their quota to get their percentage, to get the federal government money, especially a lot of these private prisons and whatnot, and state prisons, they're losing a lot of funding. And so when you say that they have to go out and get somebody, set up somebody, just, concoct and fabricate a case against somebody because they have to have these prisons, filled up. So we people are really catching on that that's what it's about. So we definitely want to be on guard and expose what they're doing, and that it is Black families and Black communities that are being targeted with these traps. That's what we call them. They're traps that's being set. So the more we can educate people and inform, our especially our young people about what they're doing, then I think we're gonna get in front of a lot of this, oppression that they're bringing on us.
Yeah, which is even more reason why people should be joining the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We are an organization by Black folk, for Black folk, but we definitely are in alliance and allegiance with all oppressed people, but you should definitely want to join the Black is Back Coalition. One of the things, every time I think about the Uhuru 3 case, which was really something for me to witness and to learn about things that were going on, and is that they couldn't get, when we talk about all the plea because we know damn well they come after our community, they throw all kind of things at them, they create such horrible problems in our community, and then they tell them, oh well, if you go along with the, well, throw some dollars at you, and maybe you won't have to go along with something they just set up. I saw them put pressure on somebody. I heard about it in this one case in Newark, New Jersey, where they had this guy that they had selling drugs with him. The FBI had him be some kind of informant, and then threatened to go after his mother if he didn't do what they wanted him to do. And he ends up being killed and all that kind of stuff, listening to after he wanted to go into the witness protection program, and they didn't put him in it. But that was all something else. But anyway, but to know that they were going to try to come after our community with all this stuff and all these deals and everything, but they couldn't get anybody to do anything.
Yeah, they couldn't, but I
Make it
really think it's important for us to recognize that um, it's not just that they're not just trying to make money, and just not just at the private prisons. I mean, Angola was a damn slave camp. I mean, it was a
That's
plantation.
right.
It was already before they was legally imprisoned. There was a plantation. And Africans, have labored on that. All the whole prison system is based on what has happened with the enslavement of African people in this country. Even after slavery was formally over, they initiated this convict leasing of Black people who were no longer owned by individual white people, and now owned by the state itself, who would rent us out, lease us out to white people, sometimes to the same plantation owners that we worked on. Sometimes like in Birmingham, Alabama, the U.S. Steel, we made profits for them. In fact, after slavery, you saw more profit made for the South than what was being made before slavery, and this is through convict leasing. Well, and the thing about convict leasing, of course, it was because with convict leasing, unlike with when a privately owned Negro, somebody who was enslaved, there's a stake in this, in whoever owned us trying to keep us alive. But under convict leasing, it didn't matter if we died. In fact, there was a slogan: if one dies, get another. One dies, get another, because it wasn't owned by individuals. Now it's the state. And I just think it's really important for us to understand that this system, colonialism, is an illegitimate social system. It makes laws, but it's not governed by its own laws. We are governed by the laws that it makes, but it doesn't govern itself. Look at what's this white man's name? The pedophile. How many of these people who were associated got booked with hundreds of names of people from royalty, presidents,
Yeah,
even people like
Epstein.
Noam Chomsky, all of these people who were involved in this pedophile ring. Not a single one of them, not one of them who was named like this has even been arrested. Only one was arrested was what's his name himself and his girlfriend. and then they kill him in prison.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I just think it's really important for us to understand that there's a way that we approach this thing looking at law, but it's not, it also recognizes, anyway,
Yeah, they lied and say he
you don't need,
committed suicide, but they killed him.
yeah, of course they killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they killed him. And he committed suicide like I was working for the Russians. He committed suicide my man, Maduro was a damn narco terrorist. He committed suicide because they need these claims in order to try to confer some kind of legitimacy for themselves,
Mm-hmm.
what it is that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I know we got to bounce, comrades. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, Chairman.
This is
You
was
gonna
a
take us
whole
out
other
of here.
webinar. This conversation was really great. We're just going to do a final call for membership and resources, and then we'll talk
I
about
think, Lisa, we reached our goal for our resources, but we want them to continue. I think Secretary Zaki can speak to that, but we passed that. We got our call for membership and resources, unless we want to just, because
well, we surely
I don't
want
know
people,
how much time we have. That's
right?
all.
Yeah.
We surely want people to join the Black is Back Coalition for
Oh,
social justice,
absolutely.
peace, and You can just put that up one more time.
Yeah.
Individual membership, 25, organizational, 200, national, 150, state, local, and provincial, $50. And could you just put up the previous slide in terms of how they can pay this, how they can, you go to
While you
online.
putting that slide up, Lisa, I just want to say that I am very pleased with the fact it don't take us long to reach our goal for resources. Now, I hope the people, the world that's out there watching, is that we're not begging, we're not crying and whining for people to join up, and of a join up with a powerful organization. You see, we raised our money within the first I want to say less than the first hour of our presentations, because people know that this is great work that we're doing. People are excited about being a part of what we're doing. So all we just want you to know is that don't hesitate, don't wonder about what it is. Just come on and join up with us. Put your money where your mouth is. Be a part of something that's powerful. And we're talking about the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. Be a part of this great work. So if you're running around, looking for help in all the wrong places, all of this grant chasing and all of that kind of stuff, and you doing all of those things, but you don't have the support of a powerful organization to bring and showcase your work and be a part of, these powerful presentations that you have witnessed here today, with the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So,
Yes.
Lisa, we have raised, I was hoping Zaki had the actual count of what
Saeed,
Secretary Zai,
Saeed.
okay.
Are you with us? If you're talking, you're
Zai.
muted.
Uhuru, this is Ikinge. We've raised $675.
Woo, 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 woo.
Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. We almost in double what we asked for. We can do it. So people keep on continually to give, donate, pledge. You don't have to pay everything at one time, but pledge $1,000. Become a Marcus Garvey. Lisa, I don't know if we got those slides, but I think it's $365.
Giving level.
For the 365
Right.
days in a year.
Oh, that's Queen Mother Asanteway, Dorothy Lewis, $1,000 or more. I never had the chance to meet her, I don't think. But so you can become
What's that? $100? Less than $100 a
$1,000.
month? No, it's less than $100 a month. They can pledge,
Right.
and it's $1,000 pledge, less than $100 a month. Come on, people, get on board with something like that. Make your mark. Marcus Garvey, $365 a year. That's $1 a day. Everybody got $1 a day now. Come on. So, that's the kind of, relationship and unity that we want to bring. That there I go. That's me right there, Fannie Lou Hammond. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do my $60. I'm gonna make it happen because I want everybody free. That's what I'm talking about. Free from whatever the oppressor is bringing to us, the colonizers, that's doing right now. We want to be our own liberators. That's what this is all about, becoming our own liberators, educating our people, uniting our people, joining up and supporting each other to be our own liberators. We don't need to go looking for help. We don't need no handouts. We don't need to be talked about behind our back. And no, we can present ourselves as our own liberators and make our own mark. So that's what it's all about. Let's cook with it.
Uhuru, and now we're going to go for announcements. Sister Kenke, I see I'm supposed to be making the announcement about the upcoming. Oh, okay. So that's MLK Day event and volunteer affair. The Black Power Blueprint, January 19th, 10 a.m. Central Time, the Uhuru House, 4101 West
Yeah.
Florissant Avenue. That's the kind of work I'll do on MLK Day. I'll do work on MLK Day with revolutionary organizations, not with
All
organizations
right.
that's going to sit up there and vote for Democrats and all that. But this I will do. And the African People's Socialist Party, they're having their plenary.
Right.
And
I
this
plan to be there April the 17th and through the 19th, 2026. Come on, people. That's
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, boots on the ground. That's what I'm talking about. Let's
Yes,
get it on.
the African People's Socialist Party International. This time,
Yes.
tell it's one power in our own hands. It ain't just Trump, it's the whole damn system. Uhuru. Okay, the Uhuru 3 Speak Out 2, 3 mini
Oh,
Venezuelas.
that's coming up next week,
Oh, yeah,
Lisa.
January 17th.
All right.
Yes, go to the Hands Off Uhuru
Come on, people.
website to find out how to register for all of that and where it's going to be. If it's going to be in person, yes, go to that as well. Uhuru, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we have the Black is Back Electoral Campaign School, which will be held May 1st and 2nd. And you got to know one of the reasons I know there were others BS reasons, of course, in terms of why they came after the Uhuru 3, but the work of the Electoral Campaign School, I just know that I saw that mentioned quite a bit.
Yeah,
too. So
Lisa, I want to say,
we are
Lisa,
making waves.
the electoral school is so powerful. I'm telling
Yes.
you, people, you got to come to that because, see, long as we keep on, letting these people dumb us down, and I'm serious about because I was a victim of being dumbed down. Got me all halted in between. It's the Republican, it's the Democrat, it's the this, it's the that, it's the black, it's the white, all that kind of stuff. Just had me all screwed up on what so that's what the electoral school is, to educate us not only about the position that we're in but what we can actually do about it, people, and stop relying on other groups and other parties and other people, thinking that we're gonna get something. Okay, that's what they do. They put it in our head and make these promises and tell us something and got us believing that we're going to get something when they never intend to give us anything in the first place.
Yep.
So that's what the electoral school is all about. Come and be a part of that.
Exactly. We're about putting interjecting revolutionary politics and putting that on the agenda, making them do what we want to do, not going by them, not vote, like you said,
That's
Democrat
right.
or Republican. And in fact, this reminder, because I remember when this was going on, but once that electoral campaign school was launched and when the African People's Socialist Party decided to run candidates locally in St. Petersburg, and Sister Achille and Naive was one of them. And I know that Jesse Neville also, and they ran on a platform of reparations. After that campaign, that's when reparations began to be introduced into the national election. That's when,
Yes.
what's her name?
And Lisa, one more thing is so important because what I learned when I first came to that you know, the campaign was about our principles of unity.
Yep.
And how we talked about our 19-point agenda. I got so excited. I'm like, wow, look at here. You mean to tell me we got it, you know, we got our own agenda. We don't have to let them choke us, you know, because that's what they would do. They choke down our throat what they want, you know,
Yep.
what their agenda is. But, you know, it just made me feel so good to know that we have our own agenda and that we want you know, we're demanding, you know, what it is that we want, not what they trying to choke us and give us, you
Yeah.
know.
And we just
That's
say,
been our problem. You know, we want to always settle, oh, do this, do that, go here, go there. You know, got us running around like a chicken with our head cut off because we don't have no plan, we don't have no agenda, we don't have nothing. But in the electoral school, I'm telling you, people, you're not gonna be disappointed when you come to this school. It is so powerful to learn
yep.
about our 19-point agenda and our principles of unity that unites us.
Yep.
Go
And
ahead.
we just say that, hey, of course, I'm trying to pull up a slide with the 19-point platform, but we just say, if they don't represent our 19-point, if they don't represent this platform, don't vote for them.
That's right.
And we don't just talk about how to put people in office, we tell you how to get them the hell out. That's what we do.
And where is Pastor Pickney anyway?
That's, hello, there you go, the 19-point
Our
platform.
recall specialist. Where
Yep.
is Reverend Pickney? That's what I want to
That's
say.
right.
Reverend Pickney, where
And
are you?
people, it's really so simple. We just say, if
we
you don't
vote them
support
in,
this
we gonna vote them
platform,
out. That's right.
that's right. And we just say, we just really got a single message. If you don't support this platform, you don't get a vote.
There you go.
Simple. It's it. It's simple. You don't support, you don't get our votes. Out. That's it. No discussion. No discussion at all.
Right.
And
And
so, yes.
that's what make our we learn in this you know, what make our vote powerful, you know, and what makes it weak, you know, and that's what we've been doing. You know, we've been watering down our diluting our vote and just giving our vote away, and we don't even realize the power of our vote and what it really means to have that vote. You know, Lisa, you just said it. If they ain't for what it is that we want, hey, we vote them in and we will vote them out. That's what it comes
Exactly.
down to.
Uhuru.
And again, where is Reverend Pickney?
Oh yeah, he what was he
You
was
don't
the one
have
with
to answer that question, but that's the recall specialist.
yeah,
That's all I'm
recall.
saying. He's the expert at it.
Oh, exactly. And also, I just got to give a shout to Brother
If they
Sayero
don't
as
get out,
well.
he gonna kick them out. That's what I'm talking
Yep.
about.
I just got to give when I was just
Uhuru.
reading some more information about Brother Sayero, who was also about recall him. He would be on the ground in where was it? Oh, in Detroit, in that area. He'd be on the ground just
Yeah, just like the black is
Uhuru.
black made the reparation a
Sister Kenge,
household
yes,
word, we gonna make recall a household word.
exactly. Uhuru Sister Kenge, I think we're at time.
Yeah, could the secretary just go over the announcements one more time, please? And just to say that within the coming weeks, people should continue to follow the Black is Back website as well as our social media for information on how it is they can one begin to make their plans to get to the electoral campaign school. And I really just want to salute the leadership of the coalition and just everyone on the steering committee as we enter our 18th year of organization.
Yo!
So it's
And then,
really
Chairman, you can close us out after those announcements.
So great webinar today, comrades. Like we said, we surpassed our goal. We're going to go over these last few announcements before we go ahead and close out. So request a subscription for a prisoner. We have our Burning Spear newspaper here. This is the oldest Black Power paper in print. You can request a subscription for a prisoner. The Burning Spear newspaper mails subscriptions free of charge to over 600 prisoners each month. And this is through the Mafundi Lake Prisoner Subscription Program. So if you know anyone in prison or you would like to receive a copy of the Spear yourself, you could do so by going to theburningspear.com and click support.
Can you also request to put an article in the Burning Spear?
Yes, you can. And that's also done through theburningspear.com.
Awesome.
All right. And yes, they just went over this. So there will be a volunteer day that's happening on MLK Day. So that's going to be at their Huru House at 4101 West Florissant. So do come by, show up. You know, we spoke all day today about being, you know, organizers and not agonizing. So put your you ready to get to work? You know, put your money where your mouth is.
Uhuru, Comrade, before you go, I just want to, if we can go back to that slide, please. That it's an event and a volunteer fair. I think that's really important for people to know that they will be able to see, and a lot of the other organizations that are here on the ground in St. Louis, that they have the opportunity to be able to volunteer with. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade, for that intervention. And then, yes, the African People's Socialist Party will be hosting our plenary, which is happening April 17th through April 19th, 2026. And it's this time till it's won, power in our hands. It's not just Trump, it's the whole damn system that's got to go. So please do be there. And it'll be on the ground. You can register at apspplenary.org. And this is where, you know, we're really looking at the political landscape, seeing what we could do to build that dual and contending power. It'll be, you know, a weekend of study, organizing and strategizing, and you don't want to miss it. So please do register. And then on Saturday, January 17th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Uhuru 3 will speak with other panelists, specifically looking at the attack on Venezuela, the kidnapping and the arrest of the president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. So yeah, you can go to handsoffuhuru.org/register to be a part of that conversation. Uhuru, and that is the end of our announcements. I will pass it back over to Comrade Lisa.
Brother Chairman, take us home. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade Vice Chair and Comrade Secretary and all of you who are part of this Black is Black Coalition Steering Committee. I can't overstate what I believe to be your significance and the significance of this coalition. And perhaps some of you are old enough to have witnessed and sometimes participated, and certainly by now would have read about or seen videos of a moment when we really had a genuine revolutionary movements in this country. People aware of groups like the Black Panther Party, but there were others as well. And they were pronounced and quite significant. And the thing that took that away from us was a major assault. The thing that we've just seen happen in Venezuela with Comrade Maduro is not new. And if you looked at the promo that we have for the Martin Luther King Day event and volunteer fair, look at the pictures that are on there of Garvey, Fannie Lou Hamer, Malcolm X, and my dear sister Ella Baker. And every one of the people I just mentioned was hounded by the US government, some actually murdered by the US government. And so that's what happens. Once Malcolm X was asked the question, what the wages of freedom, and he said death. And he was speaking to the reality that the U.S. government would not hesitate to kill and has never hesitated to kill people who stood up for freedom. So I just want to express my appreciation to what it has meant to have this coalition. Because with the attack on those people, it was not just killing people. The presumption was to kill ideas and to kill the ideas that were talking about liberation as opposed to integration. And this is what this coalition has resolved to turn around. We have a coalition of 17 different organizations with an influence much greater than the 17 organizations that has united around anti-colonial principles, such as the principles that we adhered to at the time this government attacked our movement, that gave leadership, general leadership, not just to the organizations, but it influenced how the entire African community saw the world and saw the future. So that was profound. And then these forces were replaced, consciously replaced. They killed people who stood for Black Power, and then they put people who were actively, vocally opposed to Black Power, held them up, and said that this is the new Black Power, represented the new Black Power. And they did that up and down the line. And so I just want to say that this coalition has been moving to resolve that contradiction. I want to thank the New Abolitionist Movement, the kind of work led by Comrade Betty Davis, certainly around the question of education. You're not going to have a meeting anywhere in the world if Betty Davis is there where she's not going to be talking about education and taking back our right for education. It's really strong. It's really pronounced, and I appreciate it so much. I had an uncle as a child, and he used to always say that a conversation is the cheapest commodity on the block. Everybody's got one. But what we do is more than have conversations. We have a national Black political agenda for self-determination, but we don't just have something we talk about. If you look at what's happening during this process just on today, look at the people who were here, and you will see people who were not just talking about stuff, but talking about what they're doing to change the world. One thing I appreciated what Mark said is that philosophers have only moved to interpret the world, but the thing is to change the world. And if you have somebody who's got a good explanation for everything, but that explanation does not move us or inform us on how to change the world, it's meaningless. That's what we see here. Look at the reports we had. Comrade Betty Davis and the New Abolitionist Movement, education, yeah, but also, hey, let's fight this deed theft that's going on in the Republic of Brooklyn. We have the African National Women's Organizations, which is really significant because African women, even though you have all these revolutionary movements historically that talk about the liberation of women, I think we see something different now. We see with the African National Women's Organization an organization that's not just about, it's not a feminist movement. It's quite clear on that question. It's an anti-colonial revolutionary movement. And the work that they do on the ground, the work that they do in terms of fighting for the families and children of our community who are humiliated on a regular basis. When our children are kidnapped in the name of helping the children, rescuing them from their Black parents, So they had to rescue African children from their black parents, the same black parents who raised so many white children. That's who took care of the white babies. It was black women who did that. And suddenly we become too inept, corrupt or something to take care of our own children. And it's hard for the sisters to have fought this by themselves because they become looked upon in our own communities. They look down on because you get the reputation of being somebody not taking care of your children, which is ridiculous. And there's a whole industry of surveillance and stuff like that that's associated. It's another element of surveillance, and our children get taken away from us. But I appreciate the kind of work the African National Women's Organization is doing. Join the African National Women's Organization. Join the New Abolitionist Movement. And then the Jericho movement, Brittany Hutchinson, talking about this industry of sticking African people in prison and what happens to our people once we're in prison, because part of it is a real serious kind of dislocation. Once it's not just private prisons, it's any kind of damn prison that the colonizer sets up. And you have a situation where even the state prisons, usually they put them into these white communities. They use the prison industry to build up white communities. And so you have whole white-based communities that actually lobby, bring a prison to our city, to our state, because they're going to see industry come where there was no industry before. There's going to be industry. They're going to have to build 7-Elevens. They're going to have to build hotels. They're going to have to build all kinds of things to facilitate that. And then money comes, guards who are making more money, $100,000 a year, presiding over captured African people. And so it's really important for us to be talking about how to take that on, how to deal with these Africans who they've got locked up in the prison concretely. That's what Comrade Brittany was talking about. And Zaki Baruti from the Universal People's Organization, that's here where I'm located currently, where I'm headquartered currently in St. Louis, Missouri. They do tremendous work and have always done. When he made his presentation, he didn't just talk about something. He said, this is what we're doing. This is what we have done. This is what you can help us to do moving forward. Join it. Join these organizations that we're talking about because they're righteous organizations. They have united with basic fundamental questions of anti-colonialism, et cetera. And then, of course, we're looking at Comrade Paul Pumphrey, who just brings such a tremendous wealth of information. And again, it's not just discussion. He's saying this is what you can do. This is how you can play a role in changing circumstances. This is how you can defend, like our people in these various places, whether it's in the Sahel, whether it's in Congo. He wants to remind us of what happened to Lumumba. Because if we remember what happened to Lumumba, we see obviously that what happened to Maduro is not new. Except they didn't do to Maduro, at least they kidnapped Lumumba too. But they cut him up in little pieces and put him in a vat of acid and burned it after that. So this is typical. This is not something new. This is typical treatment of people who are trying to escape from the colonial grip. And Dr. Masamela Odom gives us this tremendous background on the question of Black community control of the police. And the thing that really makes this important, it's more than just a simple campaign, but what is the most fundamental component of state power? The most fundamental component of state power. It is the police, it is the military, it's the court system and stuff like that. So when you begin to do your own plenaries, your own processes of your own, talking about the community now controlling the police. It's a means by which we are approximating something like state power. This is part of the direction. That's anti-colonialism that Dr. Masamela was talking to us about. And the Joko Collective, we have to appreciate so much. Let me just say that about the Joko Collective, because these are community-based intellectuals. These are working class intellectuals. These are people who go to the community to take political education to the people, to educate the masses in the communities that we live in. And this is a fundamental piece of work that they're doing to bring the people into political life and then go into certain spaces and have the people participate also in the process of the education and providing education for the masses of themselves. So that's profound. And then Comrade Emmanuel Luca de Macu, bringing students, not just bringing students, but he's also the new president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Young blood come to make this happen. Young blood influencing in part what is happening there in the Republic of Brooklyn, because he presides over the organization NPDOM that we are talking about, that's active on the ground, that's pushing back against the theft of deed theft and things like that. Join this organization, the youth, student and youth wing of our work. Create a situation where on these campuses, in these schools and everything, that we challenge the status quo, that we have students and people and who can even influence what professors are saying and doing and thinking and what have you, and can influence other students and how they approach the question of education and success, so that we cannot tolerate anybody failing. If we have a process, if we're on these campuses as students who are trying to do political work, then we organize other students so that we make sure that everybody succeeds in that process. And comment Belinda Parker Brown, I want to again appreciate you. I've spoken already to what I think is the significance of some of the stuff that she's raised, but Louisiana is just a critical outpost that often gets overlooked in terms of our movement, and it has some peculiar ways when compared to how other states, carry out their mission. It's not to say they're less oppressive or more oppressive. It's just peculiar. It's different in some ways than how it happens otherwise. You know about the jury process, how you can be convicted with less than, or you could be convicted. I think at one time, what was it, 9 people it took, and then they changed that because it was so obviously something that violated even what they called their own principles of decency and constitutional rights, that they changed it and then and made it, I think it was 10. 10 persons can convict somebody in that jury process. It's nasty, Louisiana is. That's one of the peculiarities that I'm just mentioning. Not that it's worse or better, it's just peculiar in terms of the oppression that's there. But Comrade Belinda Parker Brown has been on the ground, in the trenches, all the time, making stuff happen. And even what she's talking about now, what she's really concerned about now is this whole plea bargaining thing. I think that's really powerful. And Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis, who presides over the healthcare working group and the political action working group too at this point. People need to join these working groups. And when people join them, we have a responsibility when we lead these working groups to make them work. Not just to have them there conceptually, but to make them work and to recruit into them. Even this meetings that we have like now, we should see them as opportunities to recruit into these working groups so that we can have dynamic Black is Black coalition. And Comrade Kulaleku out of the Republic of Brooklyn, so to speak, as well, who has assumed the responsibility of outreach coordinator and outreach working group, and is extraordinarily busy. And I can tell you how busy this brother is because I see the results of his work on a regular basis. I see all kinds of really important things happen in terms of development of our movement in that arena that we haven't seen for a while. And Comrade Big Hair, uh, Comrade Sister Zaid, we just really appreciate you so much and how what you bring as the secretary overall to this process, and then how you were able to pull together a report on the African People's Socialist Party, again, it's about more than just talking. It's about what we do. That's the critical thing, and isn't it? What we do. And that's one of the things that distinguishes us, because there are a lot of people who talk better than we talk, who get more views and likes on social media, many times more than what we get. But they don't do what we do. And that's one of the striking things, that we have an organization of 13 people, 13 organizations on the steering committee, all of them doing stuff, all of them connected to each other, all of them connected to the future that we are collectively growing ourselves. So, and then I wanted to say those things. And in terms of what I think has been a really successful year summation. And because the coalition puts theory to practice, doesn't just have theory, it puts theory to practice. And Comrade Daoud, who's been pushing the whole reparations issue, has been doing forever. And we have to help build that. Comrade Daoud, you got to build that working group. And, you know, I know you said something about the meetings not happening effectively when they should be happening, but you're there and you're doing the work, and I appreciate that. And the working group itself, you know, has to be pulled together. So I want to thank everybody, and I really hope that I was heard when I said that the biggest thing that has been stolen from Africa, because right now, as you know, the so-called Sahel states are in the crosshairs. Attempts to overthrow the leadership there, the collaboration we see with sellouts like our Nigerian head of state that's happening, et cetera. We see all of that kind of stuff happening. But we should remember, brothers and sisters, that the biggest resource that has been stolen from Africa is us. We are the biggest group that's been kidnapped. We act like we surprised that they kidnapped somebody. We got 40 million or so African people in this country alone. That's not even counting the Africans who are all over what they now call the Americas. I saw some African in Venezuela who was talking about that. People can tell you one of the reasons they hated Hugo Chavez is because of his African indigenous bloodline, etc. So we're everywhere. And we know about being kidnapped better than anybody. We're experts on being kidnapped, but we're also experts at resisting. And when they kidnapped African people in Africa and forcibly dispersed us around the world, whatever the other thing they did that they were not so conscious of, apparently, is they dispersed the African revolution throughout the world. We're everywhere, and we're coming together to liberate ourselves in our Africa. So I just want to say thank you so much. And obviously, Black is back.